And we will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Gurrola,
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Present.
Councilmember Stowe,
I'm here, Chris.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Present.
Mayor Flores.
Present. We will now move into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing that there are none, we don't have any oral communications coming in. Okay, we will move on to the closed session.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 5 items before the council in closed session this evening. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property APN 253-177-008. Agency negotiator John Wallace, negotiating party City of Porterville and Vega de Sierra under negotiating terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property 256 East Orange Avenue, Porterville, California. Agency negotiator John Wallace, negotiating party City of Porterville and Porterville Unified School District under negotiation terms and price. Item 3, Government Code Section 54956.8, Council Real Property Negotiators Property APNs 302-110-054 and 302-110-074. Agency negotiator John Wallace, negotiating party City of Porterville and Tule River Economic Development Corporation under negotiation terms and price. Item 4, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation. One case regarding May 3rd, 2020, correspondence received concerning economic impacts due to COVID-19 restrictions, and one case in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Item 5, Government Code Section 549594956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Council Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation cases.
Thank you. 5:32, we will go into closed session.
We need to change the
Depends on
name.
what you need. John has his stuff.
No, I-
We should probably ask John, but we should be asking about it.
Yeah. You got some over. Stop. It's Tartan, this is Scottish.
Oh, it is?
But now, I don't know. But I always, it's like the color of my kilt.
How you doing?
Which one?
Oh, I sent you one, didn't I?
No, it's not 12.
Oh, those are the last one. No, the first one.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I don't think I need it.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we do have one public hearing.
We got two, actually.
Oh, we got two? Okay. I didn't get another.
Well,
Oh.
it came into her.
Oh, yeah.
It's,
Is that what we're doing tonight?
can I go to
The
that?
language that you usually come up with, I thought you came up with it.
No, I was Irish. She said that was.
Are we ready?
She said.
It is 6:44. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session. Legal counsel?
Your Honor, I don't believe there was any action to be reported.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute, flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing, please, for if there's anybody that would like to do the invocation or for a brief moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. If there is someone here for the public hearing, or if there's anybody that wishes to comment on item number 12, please hold comment when that item comes up. You will be given the opportunity at that time.
Ray
Please.
Shelton, 88 North Wilford Drive. I just wanted to, I was just speaking with the director, I forget the title. We're, I guess, doing some updates to the plan, fixing some issues, which is, I think, a great thing. I-1, where it's a flag-shaped lot, and for years, we've always wrestled with them because one of the way our code was, so I haven't looked it over, I'm sure it's fine. But I think it's great that we're kind of thinking outside the box on some of those things. I'm in the middle of my modifying my original cannabis application. Julie's been a lot of help on that. I am a bit concerned only because there's 2 parts to it. The application, one where it's a staff report, and one where it's something else. But where there's some in one and some in the other, and then some of both and some of them. So what ends up happening is you don't know whether to answer this one or both. So I'm trying to be safe. I'm just going to answer everything. And this goes back to what I always keep harping on is we need to keep it local, really local. I mean, the more that I'm talking to people, the more that I'm finding out kind of the way that that these groups are circumventing the intention of the cities involved. As we had that last meeting where the appeal and the gentleman who I'd never heard of magically appeared, and given the fact that everybody seems to be leaving their job at this facility. It seems to rotate a lot, and I spoke to a consultant since then, and the consultant told me that with the way that these entities now are getting around the inability to resell the license is by making it a corporation and then just selling the corporation and staying on. So what they do is they're able to manipulate the system whereby they can sell the license to somebody else, which we specifically didn't want to happen in our process. So we need to be aware of some of the machinations that are going on. You know, just keep it low. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forth under oral communications? Do we have anyone that has called or anything? Okay, thank you.
We do, Your Honor. We have a number of written communications that have been submitted, so please bear with me. The first is COVID-19 in local churches, received from Dave Mast. This is Pastor Dave Mast, lead pastor of New Life Church here in Porterville. Several local churches are trying to coordinate plans for the reopening of our local churches. We are wanting to get input from our local community leaders on the subject. We have contracted Tulare County supervisors for their input and felt it was important to reach out to you. We are aware that Tulare County data is concerning thousands of churches in our state plan to reopen on May 31st, Pentecost Sunday. These churches feel this is a very important date for the New Testament church since it commemorates the birth of the church nearly 2,000 years ago. Please share the local concerns and ideas from your perspective. Our governor has communicated an ever-evolving plan that is difficult to track or plan around. We are not interested in simply forging it forward to make a statement about religious liberties, although that is a very serious concern. Our hope is to work together with local churches and our local civic leaders. Therefore, your input on this challenge is very important to us. We look forward to the City Council's response, either during your regularly scheduled meeting, return email, or even a phone conversation with me personally. Thank you for your leadership, Pastor Dave Mast. Next, if you think this email merits attention, please read it at the City Council meeting. This is from Les Pinter. I went to get a free COVID-19 test at the Veterans Building on West Olive, and I was moved to write a letter of complaint to the local newspaper about my experience. I'd like to revise and clarify that comment. The technician that stuck a small, rigid plastic straw into my nose until it contacted the back of my nasal sinus and then apparently attempted to get a core sample caused me excruciating pain. I once had a root canal with no anesthesia, my dumb idea, and it didn't hurt nearly as much as this inept probing. I wrote to the newspaper that the technician should get additional training. I don't think that's enough. Read on. I recently saw an ad for some huge healthcare conglomerate in which they revealed that they had started letting patients swab their own nasal sinuses using a swab with a soft cotton tip and had gotten just as good as a result. I think the city is risking a lawsuit if they continue to subject people to an unnecessarily painful procedure. And although I think that better trained personnel could do the test without inflicting so much pain, letting people swab themselves might avoid not just pain, but lawsuits. I would never consider subjecting myself to that much pain again. And their test doesn't even tell you if you've had the virus and recovered, which is what I actually wanted to know. Besides, the results take 4 or 5 days to come back, and by then you could be dead. It's no bargain, even if it's free. It's not even worth the drive from Springville. Please consider the experience of experts like those in the PSA that I saw. See modernhealthcare.com, alternative sample types for additional expert advice, unless you think that so-called experts can't be believed, in which case, God help us. Les Pinter. This is from Breathing Deep. Dear elected city council members, why I ask is there not more people taking COVID-19 treatments made available by Golden Sunrise? Nutraceuticals, as featured in the Porterville Recorder on May 14th, 2 more cases. Dave McDaniel and his wife have been successfully treated without the use of ventilators or hospitalizations. The use of emergency D-virus plan of care has proven effective in at least 11 cases now, with all patients being treated in their home. We can reduce the cost of care, lower the impact on hospital supplies, staff and beds, as well as, most importantly, prevent deaths. Porterville, as an opportunity to lead the way for the county, and state to show a dramatic decrease in the number of deaths due to COVID-19 by using what is already available. The eyes of the world would be looking at Porterville, and yet we sit by, and while many continue to suffer, when are we going to open our eyes and use what is available in our own town? Sincerely, Ramon Vasquez, a concerned citizen and voter. This is from Lewis Parker, public comment. Hello, I was trying to get information on the reopening of car washes, which is stated on stage 2 of government guidelines here in Porterville. I have seen that mobile car washers have still not stopped working, nor have the self-service car washes like Gray's Express during this pandemic. I saw that Water Drops has been allowed to reopen this past Friday, but premises such as All American Car Wash, Shell's Hydro Touch Car Wash, etc., Olivo Car Wash, Personal Touch Car Wash were called upon for citizen complaints for not being essential, so asked to close down by code enforcement since they were non-essential over a month ago. As I spoke to county officials and COVID-19 Tulare County business experts, they said it is up to the city to determine if these premises can reopen. Of course, we modifications and following the guidelines. Can you please let us know when we can have an answer as to when these premises can open? These businesses help sanitize essential workers' cars who do not have the time to do it themselves due to having to work during this pandemic, such as doctors, farm labor contractors, etc. And if they are not allowed to reopen, shouldn't mobile car washes be shut down as well as Splash Bros Auto Spa, Executive Auto Detailing, Elite Auto Detailing, Wico's Auto Detailing, Milanich's Auto Detail? They have been promoting and detailing cars every day using Facebook, Instagram posts through Porterville Buy and Sell and going to people's houses and businesses, which seems like a greater risk of contamination rather than just attending a car wash business like mentioned above. I spoke you about reopening the golf courses with guidelines as is done in places like San Francisco, but they have also opened up car washes with guidelines. Do you think you can come up with guidelines for these businesses to be able to reopen? I know it's up to the city to move on into phase 2. I know today Tulare County Board of Supervisors are going to work on a plan to reopen quick through phase 2. So what can Porterville do to help with these businesses reopening? Thank you, Lewis Parker. And then received another comment. This is from Brock Neely. I feel that item number 1 needs to be removed from consent for discussion. I feel the safety of our first responders is paramount, and the use of used parts to repair squad cars could be in question and really not fair to the other bidders. Brock Neely. Oral communications.
Thank you very much. We will now move into reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. On the commissions, have any of them met? They have not? Okay, then we will move on into the AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. We will start with the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There were 2 items of note, or actually there was 1 action item of note and then another item of note. There was a software purchase that was up for discussion that was referred back to committee. It was going to be a large purchase, and so that was referred back to committee. But there will be a 4th quarter call for funds coming up. And those are pretty much the main items that were at the meeting. Also, Mr. Knight, if you have anything to add.
No, those were the big topics. The software that's being developed by Fort Creek's Basin Safe, I believe, is what's being called. That's the main focus moving forward for being able to track water consumption.
Do you have any questions? Thank you very much. We will now move into the City Council Essential Business Ad Hoc Committee. Councilwoman Rural, would you like to start on that?
We've had a couple of meetings, Zoom meetings, and the primary discussion has been really centered around whether any of the governor's phases that have been looked at, that when he gives his updates. We've also been following whatever the Board of Supervisors has been doing, and have not had as many businesses that have come through. Mr. Lawless?
At this particular meeting, there was a review of code enforcement actions that had happened, which all had been compliant. I would say there was approximately 40, say businesses contacted, some of them operating within guidelines, and then those, when contacted, were not open as complaints had been received, and then others who thanked the contact and closed accordingly to guidelines. So that was reviewed, as well as there was a discussion, kind of just trying to have a better understanding of the metrics locally. There are a lot of confusion of, you have state guidelines, county guidelines, and then at that time, the state was talking about its metrics. And so this was prior to the Board of Supervisors meeting the following on the 12th, which is when the county, at that time, at that meeting, provided its draft plan. So there was, I would say, a lot of conversation about what those metrics were going to look like. We hadn't seen it yet, and so looking at, what is local case, you see every day what the county reports as the 93257 area code, and trying to have a sense of how to better understand that data. So there was, and as it related to what the governor was saying, which is moving forward. So I would say a lot of that was kind of speculative, because we hadn't yet seen the county's draft plan, which they presented to the Board of Supervisors the following day. So as Councilmember Grohl said, spent looking at, what has been the business experience, and then where were we going, as the governor was at that time providing a way for counties to move more quickly if certain metrics were met, and so that was the only meeting of the ad hoc committee between your last council meeting and this evening.
I know one of the areas that I sent to the supervisors was a map, that it'd be a little bit more clear, because you don't know to zoom in to see all the data, and why say it was being reported in 3 areas. So following up on some of those things that are in not just the metric, but also represented in the map that's at the county site.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll just move on to the Tulare County Water Commission. That is a meeting that it was held on May 11th. Supervisor Vanderpool had called the virtual meeting to order. The minutes of February 10th, 2020 were unanimously approved. There were no public comments. This meeting was overall informative. There was the reorganization of the Tulare County Water Commission. The appointment of the vice chair and secretary were taken separately. The outcome, Commissioner Chad Wegley remains the vice chair and Commissioner Eric Quinley remains the secretary. Unanimous approval by the commission present. There was an update on the Yedem Seville Community Service District, which was provided by Mr. Ross Miller, who gave us a presentation on the Yedem and Seville Water System Improvement Project. That was a project that was started 11 years ago and that has been in the works. What was shared was the construction of in photos, and then the governance of the district. What was provided in the background for Yedem Water, that it was owned and operated by the county, constructed in 1994 with a zone of benefit in county service area, also served by sewer, with 65 current connections. Provided background information with Seville Water, it shared that the county operating was as a court-appointed receiver since the year 2009. Replacement system is under construction, also served by sewer with 84 current connections. The design completed in 2018. In phase 1, the replacement water system in Seville, that included the distribution tank. It expected to close out in June or July of this year. and restoring the potable water service soon. In the phase 2 is to construct the internet between Yedem and Seville and construct a new well in Yedem. Grant funding is in the application process. The construction is expected to be in 2021, 2022. CSD will hire a water operator. They are to acquire necessary permits to operate. The water board is to approve the MOU, and it will be taken to LAFCO for an MOU. With regard to SB 200, the Safe and Affordable Fund for Equity and Resiliency, this information was brought to the Water Commission in February. The State Water Resources Control Board presented it in a draft. It is a policy for developing the fund expenditure, the plan for the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. The updated plan was presented. Commissioner Boyer indicated that there were significant improvements to this updated plan. The Water Board envisions a policy to be updated by June. Legislative updates, Senate Bill 974, Hurtado to continue the support, Senate Bill 45, Allen, not likely a bond measure. What was reported from staff was amongst COVID, they were working from home, they continue to move forward. The Allensworth project, they're unable to do it on schedule, but they are able to do other projects. There was a web tool that was brought back in October of 2019, which was the sharing of where water and septic and information was in the county, and it will be presented back at the end of June. That concludes this report, and the next meeting is on June the 8th. Did you have any questions? The next meeting is the Tulare County Association of Governments. We met yesterday. The meeting was held at the Board of Supervisors, and we participated, Mr. Lawless and I participated via teleconference. Though there were numerous items of information, I will remain focused on the items of action because there were several. On the transportation consent calendar, there was one action item. It was the adoption of a resolution to approve the Transportation Development Act claims for the cities of Dinuba, Tulare, Visalia, and the County of Tulare for the year 2019-2020. On the association consent calendar were the approval of the minutes for April 20th, TCAG meeting, and the minutes of April the 16th, the Technical Advisory Committee meeting, and to reschedule the June meetings and cancel the July meeting. Additional items of action were to adopt more resolutions. The One Voice trip originally scheduled to Washington, D.C. was canceled due to COVID-19. However, what was proposed was to adopt the resolution to include the new regional priorities list for federal legislation, which is to support the federal funding stimulus that leads to local and regional transportation funding in the Tulare County region, which is inclusive of legislation to accomplish transportation plans and to be updated every 10 years, to protect the local sales tax and the congestion mitigation and air quality program funding, to approve the fiscal year 2020-21 overall work plan for Tulare County Association of Governments, the election of the TCAG chair and vice chair with duties to begin in July. Mr. Pete Vanderpool will serve as the chair, and I was nominated to be the vice chair, and we will assume those responsibilities beginning in July. Additional appointments or reappointments were to the following committees and commissions. To the San Joaquin Valley Regional Planning Agency's Policy Council, Mr. Dennis Townsend and Mr. Rudy Mendoza will be the representatives, and Ms. Linda Lanner is the alternate. I remain on the Tulare County Water Commission. And last, to the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority, Amy Shuckling remains as the representative, and Mr. Frankie Alves as the alternate. As we moved into the Tulare County Transportation Authority, action was taken to adopt a resolution in approving the submission of Measure R expenditure plan draft to the member agencies for consideration and approval. With regard to this amendment, this Measure R expenditure plan had been discussed and developed by city managers at a meeting. This item will come back to us at a future council meeting for consideration. Mr. Lawless, would you like to highlight on that?
A couple of important local items of note. One of the, and it's really unclear in the plan, so it's a matter of clarifying under the Measure R bike and ped program of whether any of those funds can be used for maintenance and I'll say maintenance. So it's very clear it can be used for trail development. It's unclear if it can be used for maintenance. So as an example, you can develop a bike trail, but what if it needs to be repaired, or can you use funds that you have in Measure R to make those repairs in support of that? So and they are also capping that amount. So let's say you had $1 million of Measure R a year to do. They are limiting it, how much you can do in any 1 year, to $100,000 a year. There's been a couple, it hasn't been Porterville, but Visalia and I believe Dinuba have been talking about use of their Measure R funds for maintenance activities. A lot of it's cleanup from homeless camps and things of that nature, and repairs that need to be done from vandalism and those sorts of things, which, as the trails were installed with Measure R, this would allow up to $100,000 a year out of that particular funding source, that dedicated part of Measure R, to be used for maintenance activities. So that's one, I would say, clarification of the plan, that it's very clear it can be used for trail development, can be used for trail maintenance. Secondly, I would say of importance here in Porterville is allowing for, on Highway 190 especially, to do the improvements that are in the regional plan, there has to be frontage roads, and there is as well consideration of a new bridge, and it all works as a system. And so in the amendment is speaking to the city of Porterville has on the Highway 190 improvement. It's generic to saying Highway 190 improvements. Let's say $25 million. And actually there's going to be additional funds programmed into the regional Measure R program for State Route 190, because there are outlying dollars for State Route 65 that is not going to be, it's not going to happen. The matching funds are not going to be from the state of California to do the widening of State Route 65 all the way to the county line. So in that amendment, we'll be looking at Measure R regional funds that are set aside for future phases of State Route 65 that aren't going to happen in the life of the plan, and to keep those funds local, put them on State Route 190, because there's going, and then indicating that even though it may not be on State Route 190, that those funds can be used for the supporting facilities of State Route 190 improvements. Most notably, there's a overpass that would need to be constructed in some time frame, which at Newcomb, which would be a bridge. So essentially, it's providing flexibility with funds that have been set aside for the as regional funds. Again, these are regional funds that would have local impact, and funds that are there for State Route 65 that, quite frankly, the state, there's probably a 50-50 or better shot that that State Route 65 is widened to Terabella. That I would say that's still in a work plan for the state in the life of Measure R. This becomes really the important, because it's a 30-year measure, and as the money was programmed, as you're looking out in those last 5 years, it's just not conceivable that the state's going to have the funds there to do the project. And so to make sure that those funds stay in the southeastern Tulare County area and have a regional benefit, reprogramming those funds into the State Route 190, and just not in the 190, but they're the supporting infrastructure for that, because there's going to have to be new frontage roads constructed. We call it the Worth extension in the airport area. as well as there's an expensive overpass that's likely going to be done at Newcomb, because it's just going to be a sequencing, but it provides future flexibility to the southeastern Tulare County area, especially as improvements happen along the State Route 190 area with improvements that are being considered.
Thank you, there's a lot that's coming back.
Yeah, I have a question. So that 25 million, the leftover from unused funds from 65, but that doesn't include the actual bridge.
This would make it eligible, because it would be a
Eligible for-
supporting, it would be part of the, so what is, and I'll use it comes to circulation. So when, part of this is Caltrans. So Caltrans wants to eliminate the access at Prospect and 65, because it's too close where Family Healthcare Network is. So there needs to be surface, I may be using the wrong word, I call them surface streets. There needs to be new roads constructed, which is part of 190 improvements. Those are going to be very expensive. And so it's a matter of, instead of saying, okay, because the state's not going to come up with all of those funds, there's going to need to be, this provides is the match in Measure R regional funds. So it's just not going to be 25, it's probably going to be closer to 40 or 50 million of Measure R regional funds that will be, because you're probably looking at $60 to $70 million in road improvements in that area along the State Route 190 corridor between 65 and Westwood Street.
So does Caltrans decide that, or does the city council decide as a regional? Do they decide where those funds are, or is it TCAG's? Will the council have input into it, in the use of those funds?
Yes, that's what the purpose of the amendment is saying this provides, so the amendment would be saying, essentially taking the funds off the back end of State Route 65, which it's not, I mean, this is really the dilemma that the city, I would say 65 is an important project in the widening, but there's just not going to be the matching funds from the state to make that happen within the life of Measure R. So to make sure that those funds stay in southeastern Tulare County for a regional benefit, State Route 190 is programmed in the state, but you're also facing a very big number in required improvements, which the state is going to somewhat dictate the terms on its road system and say, well, here's what you need to also contribute. So this is providing the financial solution to a very large match.
I just want to know if, let's see, I've been on council 13 years sporadically, and Newcomb Bridge has always been something that we wanted, but have never gotten it. So I hope in my lifetime that I'll be able to see that happen along with the improvements.
Oh, thank you. There
We're getting
were a lot of
getting
things.
closer.
Thank you. And the final action item was to approve Measure R transit funding suspension for the fiscal year 2020-2021 to all eligible member agencies. There were no updates for Caltrans for this area, and the next meeting is Monday, June 22nd. And that please.
Can I just make another important
Oh,
action?
please, on that one.
On the Measure R, so
Oh.
that, you may hear a little bit of reverberation around, about this. So there's about $2 million a year in Measure R funds that go towards transit operations across Tulare County. Locally here in Porterville, annually is $150,000. So Porterville, in terms of its Measure R allocation towards transit operations, is a fairly small player compared to Visalia and the county primarily. Because, and as has been reported to the council before, a significant amount of money came through the CARES Act for transit. City of Porterville's share alone was $7.8 million. City of Visalia was $13 million. And so an action was taken by the board to suspend, is what I would say, all Measure R funds for transit. Essentially so that it was ensuring that there would be, it was another means of ensuring that there is Measure R funds that are there for, because transit, bike and ped projects are all out of the same pot of money. So there's $2 million in Measure R it's a funding strategy, really, just to say, there's been a bunch of FTA funds that have been received by the county, by the cities, much more than what their Measure R so to be able to have Measure R funds continue for a longer period of time, there was an action which was passed unanimously to suspend Measure R transit support and to cause then the backfill, so to speak, of those FTA one-time monies that came. Like I said, the implication, so we took an item to the city council just your last meeting where you took an action to dedicate $6 million of that to meet the LTF match for transit, to make that available for road construction. That still left 1.8 million approximately for appropriation. What that really means now is you have about 1.65 million, because 150,000 is going to go towards transit support that Measure R was paying for, but now that those transit grant funds from the CARES Act are going to go, so to save the Measure R money for future, because it's called the alternative transportation, so that includes transit, that includes bike and ped, it's everything involved in that one smaller portion of the transportation fund.
Thank you. That concludes that report. We'll now move into the staff informational reports.
Thank you, Honor. Just one report, and Mr. Knight, well, I thought it was a misprint when I read the report, but we had the second greatest month of water conservation since we've been keeping these records, 38% conservation, and that's production. What that means is even with the demand on your system with the East Portable Water Project, which in some months we've seen actually more production of water than previous, but remarkably, we had the second highest, because 2013 is your comparison year. So in the month of April 2013 versus your production of 2020, in that month, there was a 38% reduction. Just a remark, like I said, I think it's a remarkable number. You had your second greatest from a production standpoint. That isn't and obviously the number's bigger when you look at the gallons consumed per person per day, which is the new standard that the state's moving to. So, kudos to our community for their wide stewardship of water in the month of April.
Thank you very much. We will now move into the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council.
If I may, Mayor, Chief Crodel would like to remove item number 1 for further review before the council's action, if that's okay with the council.
Item 1 will be removed.
And yeah, so he'd like to review it and
bring it back?
Yeah, it's not a time-sensitive issue, so he'd like to review, based on the public comment received, wants to review it.
Okay, we'll just pull it and it'll be brought back to another council meeting. So we are looking at items 2 through 11.
Actually, if I may, please.
Yes?
I just have a couple questions on number 4. I'm not necessarily want to pull them, but just if I can ask the city manager a couple of questions,
Okay.
if that's legal. The new facility, or is it at Veterans? Is that a new facility restroom, or just they updating the existing one?
These are rehabilitations of the Veterans Park restrooms and the Zalad Park restrooms.
Okay. And which project are they going to do first, the cafe or the restrooms?
Mr. Sanchez, do you have any insight on that?
Our bid package didn't specify the order of construction, but we will talk to the contractor and see. The cafe, I'm sure, is the one that stands out. It's been like it's half done for a long time. That we'll urge them to start there.
Okay, very good. That's my question. They've been waiting a long time for that. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, now with that, items 2 through 11, with one being pulled and one will be brought back. Council,
Move for approval of items 2 through 11.
we have a motion
I will second.
and we have a second. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gorilla,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reyes,
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye, passes unanimous, 5-0. Okay, we will now go into the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one public hearing that's been scheduled for this evening, and that is to consider the repeal and replace Series 400 of the Porterville Development Code and to modify other applicable codes and adopt the engineering standards and specifications. And Ms. Byers will lead off with staff.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor and council members. For the past several years, staff has worked with the Porterville Development Ordinance Committee, a committee that has carried over since 2005 from the implementation of the general plan, the development ordinance, and subsequent modifications to the code. Series 400 has been updated multiple times, including in 2013 and again in 2016. This latest round of changes most notably clarifies the responsibilities by the newly formed Engineering and Project Management Department. Currently, Series 400 lists a lot of items that the Public Works Director approves, maps, and that type of thing, and so really we're identifying the responsibilities of Engineering and Project Management Department Director, as well as other activities within his department, as well as providing a concise procedure for the filing of final parcel maps. It was still intermixed with subdivision maps, and they are two different processes. It also modifies the prohibition of cul-de-sac to allow them in residential zone districts at a ratio of 20% of the lots to be served. Series 400 currently prohibits all cul-de-sacs in residential development, and so this allows some ratio of those to be added. And it also adds a requirement to require trails along all water courses that include adequate line of sight. The requirement to require a trail is within the general plan along water courses, and this just makes it so that it's a requirement in the development ordinance. Staff provided an attachment of the red line version of Series 400. Mr. Shelton was referencing a issue we were having with flag lots, and that has been addressed as well. So that's in there. In addition to Series 400, the staff report provided the opportunity to address other code sections where council has provided specific expectations. We've had numerous complaints where block walls directly abut a fence, as it tends to accumulate trash and debris. A lot of the complaint comes from Newcomb, across the street from Menachie. I think that's one of them, well, in a lot of other areas as well, where the fence directly abuts. And this general plan had a lot of concepts towards incorporating additional landscaping as far as trees. There are ways to incorporate landscaping that doesn't necessarily require additional water through drought-tolerant landscaping, and that is addressed in the code. But where we're proposing language would be added to section 300.03, that when a wall or a fence is constructed, that a landscape strip be required between the fence and the sidewalk. The proposed language calls that if it's adjacent to a local road, that there be sidewalk, 5 feet of landscaping, and then the fence or the block wall can start there, and 10 feet when it's adjacent to a collector or arterial. By approving this, staff additionally requests council to repeal ordinance 1563 of the municipal code, which provided staff the authority to approve fence permits to encroach into the public rights-of-way. With this aforementioned modification, it would present a direct conflict with ordinance 1563, and so we request that you repeal that. When we were incorporating the engineering and project manager into Series 400, I searched the remaining portion of the code. It was noted that there were 2 areas in Series 700 that would need to be defined. Series 700 is where anything mentioned in the code, definitions, things like that, are in there, and it was also noted that the community development director isn't identified, and so I'm requesting that not only engineering and public works director be added to that, but also my own title, if you don't mind. Lastly, the development ordinance committee had reviewed a series of concrete and pavement standards. They're known as the engineering standard plans. There's other plans that will be incorporated at a later date, such as trash enclosures and just a variety of items. But at this point, we're looking at the concrete and pavement standards. They were included. While staff has worked closely with the Development Ordinance Group, there are times that staff continues to recommend items that, in our professional opinion, best represents the goal of the council. There are going to be 2 comments that staff received to be read into the record regarding a type of product used for asphalt on residential and residential collector streets. Mr. Sanchez is prepared to provide additional information for council's request. And with that, staff is recommending that the city council approve the draft ordinances to repeal and replace Series 400, amend Series 300.03 of the Porterville Development Ordinance, repeal Ordinance 1563, and finally amend Sections 700.01 and 700.02 of the Porterville Development Ordinance. Finally, the draft resolution approving the engineering standard plans and specifications.
Thank you very much. A lot of work. Okay, it is 7:28. We will open up the public hearing. Thank you.
Great show made it in Wilford Drive. I want to thank Mrs. Byers for that staff report, and actually Julie and I collaborated and came up with a really, I think, a great fix for the issue of the flag-shaped lots. She's a bright lady, and it worked out well. The concern I have, and I believe we call them tunnel walls, isn't it what we call them when we put them against the sidewalk like we have on Westwood, across from Westwood Estates, and then on Morton, right there by Burton School, where we have a block wall, a sidewalk, and no landscape. We can call them tunnel walls. Something. The problem I have, and I understand what we're trying to do, we want the trash to accumulate there, and it looks kind of ugly. It's kind of like a prison. But on the other side, if you put 5-foot or 10-foot landscape barriers without a lighting district, you're just going to have some dead trees with trash wrapped around the trees, because it's the cars that blow the trash up on there. At least as it is now, it's pretty easy to clean it up with a broom. But if you put landscape there, it's just going to be really hard to keep the trash out of there. And I understand the intent, but I don't think this is going to really solve it. I think anything it's going to probably exacerbate it. So I think we're not allowing what we call tunnel walls anymore anyway, where we don't allow a block wall right up against a sidewalk. I'm just not sure that these, as they're placed, these requirements are going to make it, any more aesthetically pleasing. Probably it's going to look a little dirtier, or it's going to get really expensive to keep it clean. And then you're going to have to start taking, unless the lots are laid out that way, you're going to start taking people's backyards from them, side yards from them. So other than everything else looked good, I think that sounds good in theory, but I think in practice it's going to end up being worse than what we already have.
Thank you very much. Did we receive any comments on that?
We did. So we received 2, which I'll read for the council. This is received from Jason Moyes, President, Smee Homes Incorporated. As a local builder and in coordination with the BIA of Tulare and Kings County, we urge the council to reconsider adoption of the street standards proposed. We specifically object to the standard requiring polymer modified asphalt on residential streets. This type of super pavement is becoming popular on highway construction as it mitigates rutting on roads where vehicles weighing upwards of 80,000 pounds travel frequently in varied extremes of hot and cold weather. We simply don't have that kind of traffic on our residential roads. Potholes seem to be more of an issue on our roads, and the polymer modified asphalt doesn't address the root causes of those. In addition, the polymer blend adds roughly 20 to 22% increase to street costs, while only purporting to offer a 15% increase in lifespan. At a time when development is crucial for our community, we shouldn't be increasing costs for items that don't bring a significant value. Polymer modified asphalt on residential streets do not provide value. They drive prices of home upwards and out of reach. Finally, if staff believes and can produce studies showing the common practice of polymer modified asphalt on residential streets and the increase in the lifespan of those streets, then it also required by law to reevaluate and revise downward the street impact fees. Surely we don't need to lower the budget of the department responsible for maintaining our roads. These standards were presented to the development community only 1 week ago. That's simply not enough time to thoroughly review and comment on such an important set of revisions as these. We'd appreciate more time to work with city staff to come up with an agreeable set of standards. Thank you for your time. Second comment received. This is from Brian J. Todd, to whom it may concern. The BIA of Tulare Kings wishes to register our objection to the change in the Series 400 ordinance for the city of Porterville that requires polymer blend asphalt on residential and residential collector streets. We are not aware of a study or comparison been done to verify this is the practice in surrounding municipalities. Also, our paving contractor members continue to question need for this. Furthermore, the increased road life would require the city to reevaluate and decrease its transportation impact fees for all local streets in accordance with AB 1400. We will be available to discuss this matter prior to the council's consideration of final adoption of the ordinance at its June 2 meeting. Sincerely, Brian J. Todd.
Thank you. No others? It is 7. Did you want to come up, please? Thank you.
My name is Stephen Kalk. I am a longtime Porterville resident. Born and raised here, attended high school here, joined the Air Force, served my country throughout Desert Storm, and now I'm back in Porterville. I'm here on behalf of small businesses in Porterville and churches in Porterville. As you know, today, Tulare County passed Phase 3 to reopen small businesses, churches, funeral homes, with small gatherings, 50% capacity. Today I was here in front of City Hall with the group to reopen Porterville. And I'm asking that you allow us to do that. Asking you to think about the idea of these people who have invested everything into their businesses and are on the verge of losing everything because of this. Part of our constitutional right is to own businesses. Back in the early 80s when I was going to high school here, my family owned a restaurant right down the road on Main Street here. I can imagine after they spent thousands and thousands of dollars to open, to be forced to close against their will and losing everything. There's lots of business in Porterville right now, a lot of people who are going through that right now, on the verge of losing everything. We have now been approved to reopen through Tulare County, through Phase 3. And I'm asking you as city council members to allow us to do that. Allow us to work. Yes.
Mayor. Yes.
Mayor.
This
the
is
mayor,
legal counsel.
Yeah, the mayor may stop this comment as does not relate to the public hearing in item 12.
Thank you.
You're going to stop me?
Go ahead and conclude it.
Do I get to add time to the time that's taken away?
No, because we've been asked by legal counsel, because this is the public hearing for the one item. As I began the council meeting, I stated oral communications, and at that time would have been for this window. And it's okay. And so right now, the item for the public hearing is what we're actually discussing. But if you can put closure to it.
Yeah, I will. I have 34 seconds left. We are asking to reopen our businesses, reopen our community, to get back to work without interference from the city council, from law enforcement, or anybody else. It's our constitutional right to open, to worship, and that's all I have to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. No other comment for this item? Then we will, it is 7:36. We will close the public hearing. Council.
Yeah, I have a question that I have written down. Well, two, I guess, but I'll only ask for one right now. On the 303, I'd made a note that who would be responsible for the landscaping between the block wall or the fencing and the sidewalk. I know on the one that Mr. Sheldon pointed out, I believe that's under landscaping. LMD?
So it depends. Series 400 is for subdivisions, and within the entire section of subdivision, if you had landscaping, exterior walls along arterials or collectors, then it does fall into the landscape lighting and maintenance district. 300 addresses others. So where we found this to be an issue, specifically what brought this to light for us was when the tribe moved forward with the housing project Nupchi Choi, and they're going to be constructing Prospect, or a portion of Prospect. It wasn't a project that required to go through Series 400 because there wasn't any land division. And when they went to build that, they were gonna do the tree-lined street that's now required in all of our streets, but we didn't have a requirement that there be the additional beyond the sidewalk. And so in that case, it was gonna have landscaping, a sidewalk, and a block wall, and that's when we realized we needed to add something really to Series 300 that would pick up any project where there was gonna be a wall or a fence. And so what we're proposing in this case, and the language is on the screen, that there shall be the minimum 5 feet adjacent to a local, 10 feet adjacent to collector and arterials. Maintenance of the landscaping shall be provided by the property owner or by an assessment district established for such maintenance in perpetuity. So in that case, that project is going to have a landscape and lighting maintenance district because of some of the other landscaping that's going to be on Shadowwood. So in this particular case, even though it wasn't a land division, it would be picked up by the landscaping and lighting maintenance district through this modification to the code.
But if it were another business that was gonna put up a block wall or a fence thing, then they would have to have, a new business that was developing, they would have to have that strip for the landscaping and then the sidewalk. So the business would be responsible, or the developer, whoever it is, would be responsible for that section of the landscaping.
Yes, and we have several sections in our code where the adjacent property owner is responsible for sidewalks, is responsible for landscaping as well.
My fear is that they don't take care of some of that, not all of them, but some. And then you do get the accumulation of trash. And I know on the Westwood one, my memory serves right, is that that's exactly what was happening in that area. So we decided that we wanted to have the landscaping there. So I'm not sure, I like the idea. I was just thinking that we were gonna be taking care of it, not that we want more things to do, but I am a little fearful that it won't be taken care of, and it'll be growing out, sort of like we have on Main Street way down by Grand Avenue, North Grand. And so my fear is that we're gonna have messy landscaping as a result of that, that won't be trimmed, won't be cleaned, won't be mowed, or whatever else is being done in that area.
The concern also is specifically with the ordinance 1563, that's for the individual property owners. So I live on a corner lot, I would be able to, with staff approval, put a fence behind the sidewalk, but something most property owners don't realize is they don't own that 5 feet. Typically, and I say typically because it is different all the way throughout town, typically from the face of the curb, the city right-of-way extends 10 feet, and that's because there's a utility easement. And so the individual property owners don't realize that that's actually not their 5 feet that they've been maintaining anyway, and so this would kind of stop being able to put fences. It's something that council or that staff is required to approve, and it gets messy because it's not really in line with the way the code currently reads. And so this would address more than just the large scale development. This specifically is for the individual fences, and I think Henderson is a good example. When you go west of Newcomb, that all of the houses, it backs up to the sidewalk. And I don't know how many of those even received this permission from the city, but if the city had to extend into the right-of-way that they own, we would have to take out all of those fences that are already in the property, in the city right-of-way. And so this would stop allowing people to put fences in the city right-of-way where people don't realize that they don't currently own
That I can see, yeah. I'd like to tear down that block wall.
Vice Mayor Reyes, did you have any questions on this?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe?
Yes, probably to the engineering department more so. The Palomar, or whether, protection for the roads, what's the longevity for that, or how long much longer would our roads last with that, included into the mix?
Yes, so to answer that, excuse me, on average, it gives us about 5 more years on the pavement life. And what that time buys us is that for asphalt, it's always easier to install, but then comes the maintenance aspect of it. And that's the difficult part, nationwide, statewide, and here locally. There's a shortfall we have half of the budget that's needed to even maintain current conditions, which, as you know, aren't that great. We're trying to do all we can to improve our pavement condition throughout the city. And so what polymer modified asphalt does is it gives the asphalt some elastic properties to better deal with expansion and contraction through temperature changes, season changes. And it just keeps it from drying out sooner than later. So again, on average, it gives us about 5 years. And what that does, it just buys us some time to be able to do other maintenance projects and let those projects that need some maintenance slide a little bit until we can get to them. Before it gets too late, before it falls off the curve, and when we can catch it to do like a micro overlay that you just saw recently on Prospect between Morton and Henderson versus the entire reconstruction that just came before you last council meeting for, say, Henderson Avenue, and how bad that road got. So it's trying to catch it when it's most cost effective. And again, by using polymer modified asphalt, it buys us some time to do further catching up throughout the city. And that's why we have recommended this. On city projects, we've used it since 2013, starting with the West North Grand project. So we've been using it for 7 years now, going on 8. And on subdivisions, there have been 2 projects that have used it. Summit Estates 2 Phase 1, which is south end of Matthew by the river, and Trooper Terrace, which is a cul-de-sac on Westwood, just north of Henderson. And there's a project coming up, Summit Estates 2 Phase 2, that's should be paving here in a couple weeks, and is planning to use that as well as part of the conditions of approval.
And so what's the cost of that addition, let's say per street or whatever?
Yeah, so asphalt is, the cost basis is tonnage, cost per tonnage. And so we recently had an example of this back in late 2018, so about 18 months ago, where we're doing the Orange Avenue and Henderson Avenue rehabilitations, where we stripped off the existing asphalt, put down new asphalt, because it was falling apart a lot faster than we thought. So the contractor laid down the street, and as we did follow-up tests to prove that what was specified in the design is what we actually got in the field, excuse me, we found that it didn't meet the elastic properties that would make it polymer modified asphalt. And so in essence, we were going to pay for conventional asphalt because it wasn't meeting the specification. So we had some back and forth with the contractor. The supplier did further investigative sampling. They found that our lab was correct and that it didn't meet the polymer modified spec. And all in all, what it came down to is that they issued us a credit of $4.32 per ton for 4,000 tons of work, which equated to just under $19,000. So if we talk percentage-wise, it was a 5% cost change between polymer modified asphalt and conventional asphalt. I know Mr. Moyes had stated 20 to 22% increase, which on average we estimate $100 per ton, but unless you're paving a very, very small area, you might see that paving cost. But when you have something substantial, you're going to be around the $100 per ton range. And again, there is a small price difference. Yeah, I'd say 5 to 7%. And the life that it gives us is more an average of, depending on when we go into maintain the road, it'd be anywhere from 33 to 50% increase in lifespan. So that it buys us some time to do a maintenance project before it completely falls apart on us.
Okay. So on average, it's about $5 a ton, you said, or $4.73? Is that what you?
Yeah, on average, $5, yeah, it would be an easy number.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Question I have for the city attorney, question was raised about needing to have an adjustment to transportation impact fees based on calculation. Is that, would that be necessary, Ms. Jenner?
I can't get her. She's on, but
It's not responding.
I don't know if she can hear you.
Mister?
Oh, sorry, I still had it on mute.
Okay. A question, Neil, there was a comment raised.
I did respond, but nobody heard me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry. No, I don't believe it would require an adjustment to the impact fees.
Okay.
Mr. Lawless, if I may add. So, yeah, what Mr. Brian Todd related to was AB 1600, which is a Mitigation Fee Act. And as stated in our impact fees, it's all unit-based and square footage-based, whether it's residential or commercial. And we do have a process for that. In fact, the last council meeting, we set an intent to set a public hearing for June 16th for the annual adjustment of fees. And if we were to entertain something, that would be the better avenue to take.
Thank you, Did.
I know that there, and maybe we're complicit a little bit in kind of muddling the waters here. So there's kind of a couple different things happening here. One, you have ordinances that are being adopted and then others that are resolutions. So the comments that you received are not specific to the ordinances, although it's all part of the public hearing, they're specific to the resolution. And I know Ms. Byers tried to differentiate that. So, you know, not knowing what council's, there are a couple two different things happening here. One being the code of modifications, but then also a modification, which is by ordinance. The elements that are being called into question are by resolution, which, you know, if it needed to be parceled separately for further discussion, that can be done without interrupting the code.
What the
how the code is moving.
With the ordinance.
That's why I want to say, so I don't feel pinned in that it's
I
part of the
understand.
code, that it's separate, that it's just by separate resolution.
Okay.
Part of the reason why this is coming forward with it, in addition to what Mr. Lawless just stated, was Series 400 identifies specific rights-of-way for local residential, that being 56 feet, which is different than prior commercial 60-foot right-of-way. And so they just kind of go hand in hand. But exactly as Mr. Lawless stated, if the resolution for the standards aren't adopted tonight, it still could move forward because the ordinances after the second reading wouldn't even go into effect until July 1, I believe.
Okay, that clears up.
I'm just saying there's options available.
Councilmember Peñalosa, did you have any questions?
Yes, I did, Mayor. Thank you. Mine were around the landscape and the question that was prompted about the fact that if we put this 5 feet of landscape in between the wall and the sidewalk, it would, it may not solve the issue of trash. So I'm curious to know if there is anything in particular that, you know, the recommendation that we know that it would be better off for us in the long run in terms of the trash and accumulation, because I think that's one of the reasons why we're considering putting that landscape into there, and if there's some study or something behind that, it would help us to prevent trash buildup there.
I think we all understand that there will always be homeowners who take excellent care of their property, and there will always be those that don't. In this case, this separation is really an attempt to soften that, to keep it outside of the city right of way, to place these type of things in assessment districts if possible. But it also, I think, provides additional guidance that it is the responsibility of the property owner. And I think whenever we can better define what is a property owner's responsibility, we have a better way to enforce that.
Thank you. And then the second question is in terms of the polymer modified asphalt. And I think after the report that was given as to, and I was curious to know, and you answered a lot of the questions around there, and my belief is that we do spend we have a limited amount of monies that go every year to road, improvements, and if we can buy some time to make sure that with this polymer modified asphalt, it gives us, you said it could be between 30% of an increase in the life of the road, which can be around 5 years. And so I think that if that's kind of like I would love to see this be included in this, because it does provide that cushion of time frame for us to catch up with what's happening in the roads. And we don't have the we have a very, like I said, a very limited amount of allocation of funds to road improvement. So I appreciate the feedback and in response to that comment that was made. And I know it may be a little bit, I thought it was 20 to 22% of an increase, but you're saying it might be a lot less depending on the larger the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that was 20 to 22%. I guess question is, it's been utilized twice. You identified, Mr. Sanchez, in 2 projects. Has there been any data provided to show that cost difference was experienced in the, you said Trooper Terrace and Summit Estates Phase 1, I think you said.
Summit Estates 2 Phase 1.
Summit Estates 2.
No, we didn't get any cost data to see what the developer cost was. So the cost comparison has solely just city experience. And so on average, just doing some quantities, like a regular subdivision like Summit Estates 2 Phase 1 is about half of the tonnage that we use on the Orange Avenue project. So, economies of scale, maybe they'll experience a slightly larger cost increase because there's less of an area they're covering. But even then, so overall pavement costs have not strayed more than like $100 per ton, even going back to pre-prevailing wage. And when we were just using conventional asphalt, back in, when I first came on, 2008 up to 2012, conventional asphalt costs were still $85 to $90 a ton, which is what we're still experiencing right now with the polymer modified mix.
Thank you very much. Mine was related to the polymer, but it has all the answers you've already provided from when Councilmember Stowe asked the question and further clarification. Now we need to bring it back. If there are no further
I have a
discussions,
question.
please.
So,
Honor.
I believe in one of the comments that was forwarded, that there wasn't sufficient time for them to provide feedback. These meetings have been going on since when?
Our developer quarterly meeting takes place quarterly. There's a couple times that we haven't done them. The draft of the standards was 2019 when we started. Actually, I think even Winton was involved in that. So this is going to predate the passing of Mr. Jim Winton, which would have been in December of 2018. So they've been ongoing conversations, but they also used to include, the last time they were reviewed, they had Valdo's Mr. Baldomero Rodriguez's signature on here. And so a lot of what we did was clean them up and correct some spelling, typographical errors that were in it. But we haven't changed anything substantive
Okay.
since those meetings, but they have been ongoing since 2018. They just received the final clean, what was going before council last week.
Well, last week.
So this polymer question has come up before, and we've had the conversation. Mr. Mike Reed was also opposed to changing it and wanted to see it continue this way. Mr. Sanchez felt the same way. And so at some point, when we're in disagreement, it's ultimately up to the council to decide what they feel is best for the community. And I had actually forgotten that that was the last item that we were still fighting. I thought, I put in my staff report that it was the super block connectivity map. I thought that was gonna be the topic of discussion because that was new, but I was wrong.
I want to thank you too for your explanation when you mentioned the Henderson, the block wall, then it it all came together, so thank you.
I heard Councilmember Stowe. Did you have a question?
Yes, I had a question for Jenny, if I may.
Please.
The wall and the sidewalk to the block wall or to the fence line, so are we gonna make that an LMD on all of those that comes about?
Whenever it happens within a land division, so any new subdivisions, already have it in place that it would be part of the landscape and lighting maintenance district. Where it wouldn't be part of a landscape and lighting maintenance district or like the individual property owners, like I stated, I live on a corner. Our side lot has the sidewalk and then it has landscaping and then it has a fence. And so in those cases, in the existing residential developments, it wouldn't become part of a landscape and lighting maintenance district, but we have made it the responsibility of the property owner.
Why don't we include that in the LMD? Because a lot of the times the property owner won't even go outside their fence line. For instance, well, and I can give you an example just right here at J Street around the corner from me. The sidewalk butts up against the fence and there's trash, and the only time it gets clean is when my neighbor and myself will go out around the corner and clean it up, and it takes about 3 trash cans barrels full of debris. And if that was an LMD, we wouldn't have to worry about that. They would come in and clean it up weekly.
I would probably need to get the opinion of Mr. Donnie Moore. I know he's on the line. We have very specific districts already established. As far as looking into the community to see about adding everyone, I can't think of the case that you're referring to. Are you part of a LMD?
Well, no, I'm not indicating that everyone become an LMD. Just when we have new property built, or new subdivisions built like that, they become an LMD.
It's absolutely a part of Series 400.
It's a requirement.
Oh, that's gonna be a requirement, good, okay.
There is a means to form a new LMD in an existing area, but that requires a vote of that's a 218 process of the affected property owners.
Very familiar with it, yes, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you've done that a couple of times. It would be a little, that it is a requirement of the subdivision part. It's a little more difficult when you've got, when you're dealing with a developer who has control of all the lots versus when you've got, 50 or 60 folks to work with.
Exactly, okay. Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay.
Actually, I was gonna say, council member, we had a pretty big one, when we did some big consolidations. Actually, that's my memory, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought, that was fairly involved, yeah.
Well, I would make a recommendation, if it's okay to make a recommendation now, Your Honor.
Okay.
That we, go with the recommendations of the staff and then approve the draft ordinance to repeal and replace Series 400, as well as 300 and 700, and approve the ordinance to repeal Ordinance 1563, and if approved, waive the further readings of the ordinances in order to print. and adopt draft resolution approving the engineering standard plans and specifications.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Stowe
I'll second.
and a second by Vice Mayor Reyes. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to mention that with the polymer, that's a definite benefit, a benefit to the city. It should be a selling point benefit. And so, and it's a benefit that can't be applied or sprayed on after the purchase. So I think the most appropriate time is this time, and I just wanted to let that, my opinion be known at this point.
Okay, with that, we already have the motion and we have a second, and if there's no further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gorilla? Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Aye.
Mayor Flores?
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We will now move on into scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are 3 scheduled matters before the council this evening. The first is a consideration of a joint powers agreement between the City of Porterville and the Tule River Tribe for development of wastewater and recycled water system facilities and establishing the Porterville Recycled Water Authority. Unfortunately, City Attorney Liu is not with us, who's actually, I would say, put most of the blood, sweat, and tears into this agreement, along with her counterpart with the tribe, Carrie Patterson, and their representative in working on this agreement. I would say this is the first of several subsequent agreements. This establishes a new entity. It would be a Brown Act body comprised of 3 members of the city, appointed members of the city council, and 2 members of the Tule River Tribal Council. For a body of 5, there would be 2 ex officio members, which is proposed the city manager serve as a non-voting ex officio member, as well as the tribal chair, who I guess that's consistent with their voting, where the chair doesn't vote unless he needs to break a tie. So no disrespect intended in that, but that he would be a non-voting but an ex officio member. That composition of the body, so it would be a 5-member body with 2 ex officio offices, was based upon the given this facility that will be important, and it really goes to the very thread of the project, where the city and the tribe collaborating together, how to develop a project without using water, and actually to reduce its water footprint in the world of Sigma, and certainly the challenges of continued drought and those sorts of things. And so in the engineering analysis of what the consumptive use would be of the project and what the consumptive use would be of the sports complex, essentially it's a 2-to-1. The city's irrigation of the sports complex uses twice as much water as is being looked at as being the water consumption of the project. So given the 2-to-1 relationship, which we are also considering probably being the financial responsibilities, and those will be subsequent agreements. There'll be a funding agreement in terms of, once the project is developed, which the tribe would do, it will then be turned over to the city, which will then have a repayment agreement for the city and the tribe and what its cost responsibilities will be. There also will be an operational agreement. The city is going to be operating this facility under the authority of the Joint Powers Authority, essentially as a contracted service. As the council is aware, it is fully intended that at some point that this Joint Powers Authority be dissolved, and that the wastewater treatment facility, upon its probably satisfaction of debt, that once it's paid off, that it would transfer to the city of Porterville, which would also result in this. So that's also been accounted for in this agreement, that that there may be reasons for this not to be. I think there's a minimum threshold to be established of 50 years or something to that effect. But it is understood that there is a likelihood that this authority may be once it's met its purpose, which is to manage this facility while it has a cost, has a debt load attached to it for both the tribe and the city, that this authority would remain in place, would have authority over a budget just as the city would. It would have its own budget, what its financial contributions are, what are the different funding sources, and those are all going to be subsequent agreements. This is essentially this is going to be the guiding overall agreement, similar to a city charter is what I would say. This is the charter of the authority in the development and the terms within that. So happy with that. I know I didn't do justice for the city attorney who's spent a lot of time in this. I don't know, Nancy, did she have any, Ms. Jenner, did she have any particular comments that she wished for you to relay?
The only comment that she asked me to point out was that section 2.2 was just changed to eliminate the references to dates of other agreements that are, expected as part of the tertiary treatment facility project. But John, I think you did an excellent job of representing what the substance of the agreement is and the term of the 50 years.
So, forgive me for that being, I mean, it's a monumental, this is another, this has been this agreement is one of great importance to the tribe and to the city, I would say. It really is the overarching, it really, I would say commemorates what has been the collaborative nature between the city and the tribe to move the project forward and to be respective of groundwater, how important groundwater is and how it can be used for better purposes. Another thought. What I was going to say, this is important to the tribe as they are in the midst of their negotiations with the governor on their compact, which this has been a component of those discussions. I know the tribe was hopeful to have their compact negotiations resolved by the end of this month. That had been there, and they were on track for that before COVID entered into the equation, which the governor's office has, I'd say, suspended their negotiations until probably. And I think there's a little bit of anxiousness on the part of the tribe in those negotiations, because there is a one-year tolling that is occurring from the federal determination to which Governor Newsom needs to make his concurrence, which I think is October 10th of this year. So they were hoping to have this wrapped up by May. That's not going to be the case. They're now being told that that's probably going to fall into the early fall, probably August, even to September, and I know that makes them, so I think they wish to show continued progress towards the project. I know that, even with the casino that's currently not open, and I mean, I'm not aware of a PPP program for casino operations, that they still remain motivated to the project, remain committed to the project and the financing of the project, and this agreement sets in place, I would say, the guiding document for this new authority.
Thank you very much. Been a lot of work and a lot of time that was put into this, and the affirmation that it is another hurdle to move forward with their project. Council, did you have any questions?
I'd like
yes,
to thank the tribe. Oh, somebody.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I want to
Council.
thank the tribe for their commitment to this project, and the exciting part is the tertiary wastewater system that we will eventually obtain, and the drought's not going to go away anytime soon, so this is a really win-win situation.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
I was just going to ask Mr. Lawless, as we were talking today, we mentioned about a grant. Are they going to go after the grant, or are we going to go after some grant to help aid us with this project, or is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there was legislation that was introduced by Assemblyman Mathis which was to allocate $20 million, and it wasn't really defined where that funding source would come from, but there was legislation that was introduced by Assemblyman Mathis in the prior legislative session, which actually passed through the, passed through committee, passed through each of the committees unanimously, then never made itself to the floor. So it never got a vote, so to speak, which I know was frustrating to the assemblyman as well as to the tribe and the city, obviously, that there was going to be, and that was going to be 20 million that was going to be allocated to this authority for the construction of this facility. We've continued to, city staff continues to work with, and our consultant is working with the tribe and their consultant on the development of plans, I would say, for this new facility. We're looking at cost estimates right now that are at about 15 million. And so they are continuing to, there is a chance as part of the compact negotiations that some funding may be part of that. There's kind of three reasons for that. One being, and I would say this is kind of a win-win-win, a three-win situation should their grant funds be received. First of all, the tribe's relocation originates from, they have a moratorium on housing on the reservation. And by relocating the casino to Porterville, allows for the further development of homes that you cannot do on the reservation right now. So that water allocation that they have right now that goes towards the project, the existing casino, allows them to build further homes. So we talked about housing, that opens up additional housing for a waiting list that they have. Secondly, as it comes down to Porterville, we're already talking about how with Sigma, this meets the Sigma purpose. We're actually reducing by 50% the footprint by not irrigating the sports complex with groundwater, by using tertiary treated water. So there's a reduction of 50, as I said, it's 2 to 1. So the footprint goes down half, which when we talk about, it actually prolongs the period of time when we talk about water source for new development. So there's a added bonus that comes along with that. And then third, and I guess it really I'll speak to council member, to all the council when the state pulled out on the well, on the Aiken well, right? They broke their commitment to you, and I know that you said, remember us when we get to recycled water, and they said, yeah, remind me. That's the third time. This is the time they can also make good on what has already, they okey-doked, I call it, you before, where they had an agreement and then pulled the chair out from underneath you. So there's three great wins for the state here, and which could probably be funded by DWR, which is housing on the reservation, meeting Sigma footprint, and making good on the East Portable water project. And even beyond the East Portable water project, and we brought this up when Sigma at that time was just being discussed. So we mentioned, and I know Baldo and then especially Mike Reed said, as this is happening, you are passing legislation. So one of the chores here is water to folks that don't have water. But let's remember, this also means that they're going to be using water that is more than the threshold that you're developing so they're using, we're going to provide them water, and then the water they're using is going to be more than is under the Sigma plan. So there needs to be that other, so one, you're asking the city to help them in providing of water because that's where it needs. Well, also recognize that water that's being provided is above and beyond your legislation. You're asking us to violate Sigma. So what, and that was a point that was beyond just the water production is what are going to be the means to be, I mean, what other, and that's where we said tertiary treatment is going to be the way. So actually you could consider that win-win-win-win. There's 4, right? So there's housing on the reservation that is currently under moratorium. You have additional capacity in this community and reduced water footprint. You have making good on already the okey-doke from East Porterville, and then also addressing the Sigma impact of the East Porterville water supply program. I'm sorry, that was very lengthy, but it really goes to the real question, which is why we're trying, a strategy is as part of the compact negotiations to include potential funding. And it would be amazing if the governor said 15 million, or basically the cost of what this plant would be to serve the city and the tribe in this project.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any more questions? I hear none. Do we have a recommendation on this item?
I'll move to approve the staff recommendations for the consideration of the joint powers agreement between the city of Porterville and Tule River.
Okay, I heard a second on, who was that?
Vice Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor, okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Peñalosa for the recommendations and a second by Vice Mayor. No further discussion, please call for vote.
Councilmember Gurrola.
Aye.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Reyes.
Aye.
Mayor Flores.
Aye. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you so much. We will now, please.
I need to admit to fault. When the council passed the ordinances, I typically read them by a title only.
Oh, that's
So I want to
right.
ask,
Legal
would it be
counsel.
appropriate now, City Attorney Jenner, that I read the ordinances that were passed?
She's on mute.
It took me a minute to find the unmute button, sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So
What was the question?
typically we read after an ordinance is passed, we read it by title only instead of reading the entire ordinance. And I had these here and I moved on to the scheduled matter, and that is my fault. So if it pleases the council, can I read those into the record from that ordinance? I'm sorry to take that out of order, but I want to make that.
Oh, certainly you can do that
Yes.
at this time, sure,
Okay.
sure.
So there were
Just
four
going back to that- to that item.
ordinances that were passed. So there was an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville repealing and replacing Series 400 of the Porterville Development Code to correct inconsistencies and ambiguities. Secondly, there was an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending the Porterville Development Ordinance to amend Section 300.03 fences and freestanding walls. Third, there was an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville repealing Ordinance 1563, amending Section 20-1.2 and removing Section 20-58 of the Porterville Municipal Code relating to public right-of-way encroachment agreements for fences. And the fourth ordinance was an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending the Porterville Development Ordinance to amend Series 700 to add Community Development Director and Engineering and Project Manager Director to general terms and definitions.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless.
And I apologize. I had them ready and overlooked them. It was my eagerness to move on to the JPA agreement.
I think so. Okay, then we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, Your Honor. Second scheduled matter is consider a permanent local housing allocation funds, and Ms. Byers will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Just as exciting as the JPA. The California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, announced a notice of funding availability, which we reference as a NOFA, of approximately $195 million in funding for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA. Funding is provided pursuant to SB2, was established the fund, and you may remember that this is where every transaction that happens, there's a $75 fee. And with that, they authorized HCD to allocate 70% of the monies collected to local governments for eligible housing and homelessness activities. The intent of the bill is to provide a permanent, ongoing source of funding to local governments for housing-related projects and programs to assist in addressing unmet housing needs of their local communities. The City of Porterville is an entitlement jurisdiction, and as such, we're eligible for a formula allocation of $342,754 this year. There are 10 eligible activities that have been provided to council in the staff report. I can read them if you want me to. Hopefully, you've had a chance to review those. But in order to move forward with that, the city must develop a 5-year plan detailing the manner in which the funds would be used for those eligible activities. The plan must be authorized and adopted by City Council via resolution prior to the application deadline of July 27, 2020. Because this is a new program, we wanted to provide council the opportunity to weigh in instead of us just doing a public hearing and bringing forward something. What we did, though, is staff reached out to its community partners, and they had a couple of recommendations for us that they thought would be helpful for the funds. They suggested the funds be made available for the financial support of the Navigation Center, permanent supportive housing assistance, hotel motel voucher program, rapid rehousing assistance, and flexible funds to reduce financial hurdles in being housed, such as payments for deposit and initial utility expenses. At this time, staff is requesting that the City Council provide direction for the development of a 5-year plan for the PLHA eligible activities. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. All right. For council input, council members. Please, go ahead, council member.
So I know that there was 10 different areas that we could utilize these funds for. I'm curious to know I'm trying to find where I read it. But right here on 6, on assisting persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, including but not limited to providing rapid rehousing, rental assistance. The rental assistance component, is that limited to just the initial payment for deposits and initial utility expenses, or can that be utilized as well as, I'm just wondering, this is a question, I know this is the initial, but does it help also maybe with people that may have a hardship paying rent once they get their housing, or is it only limited for the initial component of someone that enters into into a rental facility, home?
So I have Mr. Ridenhour also on the line, and so if I misspeak, he's going to jump in because he was instrumental in moving this forward. It could be one of the items, and so we had listed that as part of it. So not only supporting the Navigation Center and the permanent supportive housing, but a huge issue in people getting into new housing or being able to move into housing. So homeless people moving into housing, they don't have the first and last month rent. They don't have a utility deposit. That's typically a requirement for those who have been experiencing homelessness because they don't have a record with SCE, and so they do have to pay a large deposit. But you're talking more if somebody is struggling to meet their rent for the month?
Yeah, that's correct. And I'm wondering because it has to, I guess I'm curious because, people that can't pay their rent can become homeless individuals. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that those funds could be utilized to prevent homelessness from occurring. But that is the question that I have.
It is something that it could be because that's retaining of housing. And so we can provide additional information when we come forward with the draft plan. We do also have to have hold a public hearing, but we kind of wanted to gauge council. Rental assistance is definitely listed, like you said, under 6, and that was the one that we were going to recommend and also find out from the community. But that's what our community partners were recommending also as part of that, and so we can put additional funds towards that. It's difficult when someone's in a situation, if it's going to be an ongoing burden, then they really need to find different housing, that type of thing. If somebody's just lost their job, then is there that gap assistance, I think is what you're referring to.
Yeah, and I appreciate the work that went into this. I agree with the recommendations of the suggested use for the funds. And if there is an opportunity to think about, in addition to these recommendations to what I have maybe mentioned, if council is in favor of looking into it, I would very much like to see what possibilities and options could be included for what I just referenced right now. And so, but I appreciate the feedback from the community partners, and I know that some of those community partners are doing the work on the ground, and they know kind of what's the best options for us moving forward with these funds. So appreciate very much the collaboration from the city with the communities itself to figure out what's the best moving forward. So thank you.
It'll be nice too to have this ongoing funding, and so this is the first year, and so 342,000, I think we can do a lot of good with that.
Is that every year for 5 years?
Now, the amount is based on a formula. So the formula this year is 342,000. If there is a recession and not as many people moving, then that number will go down. If there's, there's a housing crisis, and so everyone's trying to add housing to their market, and so as new houses are built and that kind of thing. And so it's going to be a fluctuating funding source, but for a baseline, 342,000 is.
I think it's gonna be in around that $300,000, because it's transactional, unless it's amended, but it's a transactional fee. It's not subject to valuations or
If I may, Mayor?
Please.
Well, I like the supporting of the navigation center. I think that would be good. And I also like the payments for deposits and initial utility expenses, because that goes back to Councilmember Penalosa, in that many people just don't have enough the funds to cover those. And so if it gets them into a home, that'll be some assistance that can be provided. Can you tell me more about the permanent supportive housing assistance? That's just for, is that for purchase, rental?
Actually, that's a great question, because it was one I was just going to comment as an example of where the council right now, you are contributing $15,000 a year to a project that's housing 12 individuals. There's a project, permanent supportive housing project on South Main with Turning Point. Not the Navigation Center. It's this came to you as kind of a first of its kind here in Porterville. I'm not aware if there are other similar projects in Tulare County or not. So right now you're supporting that with your general fund dollars from the council special purposes fund at $15,000 a year, and I think it was a 3-year commitment to that. This could actually be the funding source so that the council could reprogram its special purposes funds to other activities that it may. So essentially, this wasn't a funding source that was available to the council when we proceeded on the permanent supportive housing. So permanent supportive housing are those that have the ability to be housed, that were homeless and be with supportive services. So there's on-site case management. There's an on-site case management. There's the in that 12, there is a full-time person there to assist them, and it is the best way for them to be successful. You might remember the presentation you received of a large project that's proposed kind of, I would say, in the South Main area right now, and similarly on case, and that's where some of you might remember the comments that were made, any other kind of financial assistance that the city might be able to proffer to make that project move forward, right? Well, here's a potential, so maybe perhaps you dedicate some amount of these funds to help that. You might remember that was kind of her pitch, but maybe you dedicate, when that project's ready to move forward, $25,000, $50,000 a year towards the project. I think anything, or one time, but really this provides a key to other projects, as Ms. Myers, both at a large scale as well as at the, really addressing permanent supportive housing in general.
So we could pull our general funds out and then.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a funding source that wasn't available when we made that decision almost 2 years ago.
And when we get approached by anyone wanting to do an affordable housing project, up development most recently, we are always asked, does the city have something to assist? And this would be great.
So this is like a match. I would say, how do you turn 300,000 into a couple million? Well, you might be able to match certain different projects through it.
And that extends the funds out. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Reyes, did you have any questions or any input?
No, that think the opportunities are pretty good, and I do agree with being able to help with the navigation center. I think as we inch closer to having solutions, I think we get into a better place.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
No, I don't, Mayor. I mean, this is a great opportunity to use, utilize these funds for our homeless and people that are in need, so I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Well, this is a positive venue, of no doubt, and you've heard.
So from here, thank you for your input. We'll be having a public hearing, I think the second meeting in July, or the second meeting in June, and then we'll also be reaching out to our public, through our public domains to receive input.
Thank you so much.
So do you need a motion on that, or
No,
just direction?
We wanted to present this to you. This is new money that's coming, and, it is kind of, I'd say, constricted to those 10 activities, but there may be some that are more favorable than others to the council.
Thank you very much. Did anyone need to take a short recess? You guys okay?
Okay.
All right, then we will move on.
All right, well, final item this evening is the status and review of proclamation of local emergency for COVID-19. I guess any remarks I had are probably been preempted by the actions of the Board of Supervisors taken earlier today. I will just kind of touch on a couple of things as a follow-up to your prior meeting and kind of this, in the review. From actions that the council last took actions about requiring face coverings as an example at the golf course, which has been well received. In fact, through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, it's kind of an interesting program. Unsolicited, we received through the mayor, it's called the U.S. Conference of Mayors, USCM, never heard of them. They sent 200 single-use face coverings. They are, I would describe them as very light T-shirt-like material, and they came as a pack of 200, I think it was. And in light of the council's actions, the mayor suggests maybe take them out to the golf course, which has been well received out there. Families have come. There's not been any. Mr. Moore had reported there hadn't been any. I would say there was surprise, but no. I'm not going to wear it, so to speak. Others are bringing their own already. In addition to that, it's apparently a program supported by I'm going to speculate it's supported by a foundation of some type, because they were free at ask, and so we actually just took delivery today. I believe Mr. Moore reported another 1,000 of them. So I've passed that information along to my colleagues in Tulare County, because even though it's fairly broad on what constitutes the face covering, as there's an advisory issued by Tulare County Public Health that folks wear them in public. So I thought, just as a follow-up to that council's action at your last meeting, that has been well received to this point. You took action on CDBG CV, which was submitted to HUD, Housing and Urban Development. There are some modifications that they wish to make to the plan that the council adopted. So we'll be needing to bring that back to the city council upcoming. We will again have to schedule a 5-day public notice for that. So I would anticipate that being, we're going to try to get that on your next meeting of June 2nd. Because even then, when we make the amendments, we then have to certify it, send it back to HUD, and await their signature. And we're really just trying to see how quickly we can get that $500,000 out to small businesses, consistent with the council's direction in their assistance. And the governors may revise, which was released last Thursday. The council's aware when the CARES Act was passed by the federal government, it had two types of allocations to local governments. And it defined a local government as above $500,000 or more or less. If you were $500,000 local government, which could be a county or a city, if your population, and by the county meaning unincorporated, if my understanding is correct. So if your unincorporated part of the county was more than $500,000, you received a direct allocation from the federal government, or if you were a city of $500,000 or more. Tulare County none of the cities in Tulare County nor the county meet those thresholds, so there was no funding that came directly from the federal government under the CARES Act. And then what the CARES Act said is that then those local governments, being the cities and the counties, need to work with with your state who received the allocation. So in California's case, California received $15 billion from the CARES Act, which was to be essentially, I would say, shared between the state and local governments that didn't get direct allocations. You're aware the League of California Cities has been pushing for $7 billion of that $15 billion, essentially half of it for all of the cities, which most of them don't have population. I think Fresno's, Bakersfield doesn't have $500,000 in population. So there's a number of cities, obviously the majority of them didn't receive any supportive funding. So the League of California Cities was asking for $7 billion. The governor in his May revise, I would say, tried to achieve two objectives in one thing, saying, okay, I'll share the funds with you, but I'm going to do it in a very strategic fashion. And that is that he allocated $1.5 billion to counties, and he allocated $450 million to cities. But he confined it to addressing homelessness. So it wasn't a matter of looking at what the impacts of COVID have been. He made it specific. And as an example, the Tulare County proportionment, if I understood correctly from the county, was $47 million coming to Tulare County, which is a combination of the Tulare County share of $1.5 billion, as well as the share of cities in Tulare County, their share, in saying, okay, I'm going to allocate this to Tulare County, which you're going to have, just as we've had to deal with funding that's come where the continuum of care is involved and the county's involved. In fact, tomorrow is a homeless task force meeting, which should be very interesting considering you've gone from 1 or 2 million, we sat here and kind of wrung our hands on 1 or 2 million, and now it's being said there's 47 million that's been, now, you always have to look at the fine detail. The fine detail said certification of following the state's guidelines. And I guess that's where I want to say, there was a carrot that was out there. Like I said, the homeless task force meeting should be interesting tomorrow because it's reported to me there was 47 million allocated to Tulare County to address homelessness, had to be used in consistent with the CARES Act, federal requirements of the CARES Act, basically taking Project Room Key and making it a permanent program, buying hotels to house and provide services to those experiencing homelessness. It did say that you had to certify that you were following the state's guidelines on reopening. Obviously today, action was taken by the Board of Supervisors, which is not consistent with that. So my anticipation would be is that 47 million is probably, I think there's going to be a lot of questions that are, is the cities still eligible, just the counties? I'm going to assume the continuum of care is probably going to have some questions about what are all the financial implications to that, because it was clear in the governor's May revise that those funds to address homelessness were tethered to compliance to the state's guidelines. So, with that, the Board of Supervisors did take an action today that to override the public health officer's orders of Tulare County, and that to advance within the state's guidelines through stage 3, which would be all, I would say all businesses. Included in there is also other nonprofit or other just not businesses, but, return of schools, and those sorts of things, which is gonna have some other interesting elements, because those are all also independent determinations made by other bodies. So I would say the council, the board's action was, I would say, most considerate of trying to ensure that any of the businesses that, and with the, the governor teasing a little bit about, even this week saying, that I think we'll be entering into the second phase of stage 2 and going into the first part of stage 3 in the next couple of weeks. Obviously there was a very definitive action taken by the board today.
So are you saying that action taken today by the Board of Supervisors includes schools opening up rather than the state superintendent?
Well, those are gonna be implications to looking at, because there's different activities. There's a number of different, there's restrictions on, remember right now, we're in phase 2 where some of the outdoor recreation is only individual, while there's other, there's team sports, that's what I say, there's implications to other, it's not just restricted to businesses. That if you look in the different stages in the state's plan, there are different activities that aren't just limited to businesses.
I have a question, and I didn't hear the actual meeting, but just related to that, back to the educational and the schools, was there any discussion of any of the multiple unions that would address being part of this decision, or is that all stuff that we have to wait for?
I would say the best information right now is what was a draft of a press release that was coming out that was indicating the action that the board took, what the intent, which was effective immediately. So the actions that the Board of Supervisors took are in effect now, in terms of implementing the state's guidelines through stage 3, and with qualifiers. I guess I would say that they recognize that there are businesses that fall under state licensing, which they are indicating, I guess, in an attempt to limit their liability, indicating that just by our action does not mean that the state is also approving that action.
So, I know that our businesses are the backbone of our community, and we, rely on them. The residents of the city of Porterville rely on them. But we as a city don't have any authority to open or close a business. That's not under our jurisdiction. That comes from the United States government. It comes from the state of California, the Board of Supervisors, health officials, because this is a pandemic. And it also comes under the state licensing boards for any of those businesses. So there's nothing for us to do. The board has made that decision, though our numbers haven't come down. We're up there in terms of the figures of number of people who still have COVID. And I heard today, as I was listening, I think somebody said, not from the board, but somebody commented, well, those who have underlying conditions can stay home. I know of 3 people who did not have underlying conditions, who were under the age of 40, and one was a high school student that got COVID. So it's not just old people like me who have been staying home and sheltering in until today that came out. It is anyone that can get it. So I have to encourage people to wear their masks and do those things that we need to do to bring those numbers down. We're losing people, lives, friends, relatives, people from our communities.
Did you have something, Councilman Peñalosa?
Yes, I did, Mayor. Thank you. So, I would like to say, in regards to the, what's going on around small businesses, I know that we need to support our small business owners. in every way we can. And we have to, thinking about that, you know, I think COVID-19 has exposed a lot of what's going on, you know, in local, and just thinking about in terms of businesses and what that means for communities. I saw an article the other day in regards to Jeff Bezos becoming the first trillionaire in the world, and because Amazon is you know, COVID-19 has made it very much effective for them to grow their capital. And at the end of the day, you know, we have to, for me, we have to be realistic that the city of Porterville has not fined businesses, you know, and we haven't had anyone that's said, you know, we're going to open. And I think, you know, I saw Fresno, the city of Fresno, they did find they fined businesses significant amounts of money. And I would just like to say that this council has not directed staff to fine businesses. First of all, I just want to make sure that the community understands that we could take a position to find businesses that would be opening, but we haven't. The second thing is that we have no authority to reopen or to open up. We've never had the authority. You know, we have always abided by the state order and by the county. And today, what the county did, and I would just like to clarify, is that they just made a decision without having the item on the agenda, first of all. So the public weren't aware that they were going to make this decision. Public input was not included in that whole process, and so when elected officials, I think, make decisions without the public input, without making it an agenda item to discuss, we have to think about what that means when it comes to decision making to our communities. And not saying that I'm opposed or in favor of it. The first thing first is we're a body that represents the people, and the people should have a say in the process all the time. And so the second thing is that, you know, the numbers of COVID-19 in the county are increasing. And I know that our small businesses, I know this because, you know, they're taking a hit, and unfortunately larger corporation businesses are able to maintain open, right? And so my question has always been, if Walmart and Target can be open with guidelines, why can't our small businesses be open with guidelines as well? And for me, it's a concern of what's happening in the national politics, and how it's affecting us today. And so, and I wonder why. That's my biggest question, is I wonder why we can't abide by these guidelines to small businesses. And at the end of the day, I do understand people, you know, my condolences to all the people that have passed due to COVID-19. I will, you know, do my best myself to continue to be in conversations with people. The city as well unanimously has approved the allocation of funds that we received through the CARES Act, almost $500,000 to go and help support small businesses. I'm a little upset at the federal government because, you know, we've had to, you know, they are going to make there's a delay of those funds being distributed, and it's unfortunate because, you know, our small businesses need those monies urgently. But we're, as a city, we're doing our best we can right now with in terms of what's going on. And also, one of the things that I want to mention is that I think that I wouldn't want to risk, I think we can abide by guidelines, transition into a gradual reopening. I would be very much in favor of that. But currently, the state order states, you know, stating that the county of Tulare was not one of those counties that would meet the requirements for stage 3, but yet the county decided to move forward with that and accelerate that process. And so that's concerning a little bit, because we were one of the five counties in the state of California that wouldn't meet those requirements. And so I think we just got to be very careful how we move forward and move forward in the direction to continue to support small businesses after the COVID-19, even today, moving forward. I hope to encourage people to support our local businesses moving forward. Like, I'd rather shop local and support small business owner, and I have in the past, and I will continue, and I hope to do it even more to where I can become 100% dependent on our local businesses, because they are like Councilmember Corolla mentioned, they're the backbone of our local economy, and these are our neighbors, our family, our friends, and we have to support them. So that's all I would say, and thank you.
Thank you.
I think it might be helpful, in answer to the Vice Mayor's question, can I read the press release that the county prepared?
Please.
This is the only information I have. I didn't listen to it either, but this is the official statement. So I thought that'd be helpful for consideration. So today, the Board of Supervisors, on a split 3-2 vote, acted to move our opening guidelines to stage 3 of the governor's reopening plan. Up until today, the county has followed the state order, with the public health officer issuing conforming orders essentially mirroring the state's order. Close to 2 weeks ago, the governor issued an order which allowed individual counties to accelerate through the steps of stage 2 if they met certain metrics the state determined. When many counties and association of counties complained that the metrics would be impossible to reach, the governor relaxed some metrics but added additional language. When asked yesterday which counties would not be eligible to accelerate their business openings, his first words were Tulare and Kings counties. Given the certainty that we would not be eligible for any acceleration and the indefinite period of time businesses could remain closed if Tulare County waited on the governor's plan, we took action today. There was much discussion and public comment before the vote, but the motion carried, resulting in the Tulare County Board of Supervisors approving a reopening plan, including which declares the county open completely through stage 3 of the governor's plan. Number 2, overrides the public health officer's orders, including halting all civil enforcement related to stay-at-home orders contained in the order. 3, directs the Health and Human Services Agency of the county to issue guidance mirroring the state's guidance for stage 3 opening. 4, directs the Health and Human Services Agency to shift its efforts from attempting to meet state metrics to assisting with problem areas and populations in the county, including but not limited to the elderly and health compromised, skilled nursing facilities, hospitals, and ICUs, and businesses or agencies with reported outbreaks. And 5, went into effect immediately after the vote today.
Thank you for reading that, but they've given how they're opening, but did they take any action on the businesses which are operated under the state licenses? And those businesses, are they saying that the businesses should weigh their options individually? Are they not, because the county is disagreeing with the state order. And
I hate to chime in, Mayor, but to me it appears that they're handing all of the businesses a live wire, and they're saying, don't touch the ground, because if you do, you'll be electrocuted. And the problem with that is that they're not taking any liability for any decision making. They're putting it all on the business owners, as if it's not their scope of view to see. And I think I think your question is kind of leading to that point where businesses are going to have no protection from just simple guidance on anything. They're just going to be led down the road that if you think your liability insurance is enough to cover you, go ahead and open. That's kind of what the county is saying to them. And I think that's terrible.
well, I'm concerned because this will place an individual responsibility on each person. And COVID does exist. There's no denying that it doesn't. I am an advocate for businesses and small business. I used to own a business myself. And I'm going to actually share a conversation that I met with some of the physicians who were concerned about the reopening, and they expressed the numbers and how it was increasing, and that they work with patients on a daily basis. And they pretty much indicated that they would hope that we wouldn't reopen them. Well, we didn't close the businesses. We didn't shut anyone down. The city did not do any of that. That was a decision, because we don't have that authority to shut anyone down to that regard. And I know that in being good stewards of this community, you have the business component and you have a decision that was made, and then you have the executive order. Lo and behold, I mean, it is an illness, and it is there. So I think we need to do something to this regard, but it's one of these that I don't think there's going to be a satisfaction in which direction. My concern, please go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that one thing I think that we all and anybody listening should do is look at the draft plan that the county put forth last week. That when I read that plan, the plan was amongst the most draconian things that I had seen, and it was along the lines of every precautionary measure that I had seen. It turns out that was a joke, because they completed this document that I thought was fairly intense and could be loosened up a little bit. They just threw it out like a baby with the bathwater because they knew they were just going to let it all fly. And I think everybody needs to review that draft to see where they were supposed to be coming from and where they ended up. Because that draft has some very, very specific language that addresses a lot of these vital issues in very constructive ways that could have been loosened up and done in a very constructive way. But I think people need to see where they started and where they ended up to make their own determination.
Mayor, may I ask a
Please.
question? Thank you. So I know that there was a conversation about barbershops 2 weeks ago. I think the city of Parlier opened. And my question was going to be, I know that the state manages the licenses for, I guess, for cosmetologists and barbershops and salons. If, hypothetically speaking, if a barbershop and a salon opened up tomorrow in the city of Porterville, even though we have no authority to say, don't shut down or yes, shut down, could there, I know there was a conversation that I heard, and I just want to see if it's, I understand it clearly, is that the state could revoke someone's state license if they're going against the shelter in place. And I'm just curious to know if staff is aware of that, or of that possibly being something that can happen in terms of folks reopening or considering reopening.
Well, the Department of I think it's called Barbering and Cosmetology, has indicated that it could. My inquiry is if there had been any actions taken in Parlier, had shown that there had not been any actions taken.
And I'm going to chime in on that because the information that the State Board of Barbering and Cosmetology put out publicly was that the board urges its licensees to follow the stay-at-home orders. If businesses continue to put public health and safety at risk by not following the guidance provided and as circumstances warrant it, the board may pursue disciplinary action against their license. And it says it will not be taken lightly. That is from what they posted from the barber and from the state.
Thank you, Mayor, for reading that. And then I think that goes along the licenses for alcohol, right? The ABC licenses. I know that there was a something that went on in Visalia around that as well.
We've heard that that's actually where we have seen activity from the state has been against those that have alcohol licenses and where, and I think they're bars. That is, ABC has been taking actions. There hasn't been a good reporting as to why they're taking those selective actions. I'll be candid with you. There is a good information out there as to why that business or what was it that that caused them to make that determination. So I can't give you that. That is the one where it has been reported that there are actions being taken. Right now, restaurants. And I would say this has been a place where there hasn't been great clarity, which is what constitutes a bar. So it's just not, you have some restaurants that have liquor licenses that are actually doing takeout alcohol. I didn't know such a thing existed, but apparently does. So I didn't.
I have a little bit of knowledge about.
Okay, I'd appreciate it because I couldn't figure it out for the life of me why you tell you tell a restaurant, you know, like the Vault, that they can't open, and that was the county. The county said, you know, you have to close. But then you have others that have takeout alcohol. That didn't make
Yeah.
sense to me at all.
And I think it's similar to the takeout food. Just don't sit down in a room, confined room, and sit down and socialize with a crowd of people. And I understand also that the ABC has threatened liquor licenses that are just solely like a neighborhood bar that doesn't serve food, that they have threatened them with revocation of their license permanently. So that is a real issue that the Board of Soups may not have considered. The other thing that occurs to me is that I wonder if the Board of Soups was concerned about whether they're basically violating their oath to uphold the law of the state of California, which the governor's order, it trumps them. Whether that wipes out any potential immunity that the county may have had for actions that they took in response to COVID-19. Because the emergency declaration provides a certain governmental immunity for actions that taken that are not criminal or grossly negligent. So when you see the Board of Supervisors, you know, going against the governor's order, you know, what happens if a business opens and they sue the county because the county said you can open and you do, and the patron goes in that business, gets sick, and they sue the county? I mean, I think they've stepped into a great big morass of unknowns. Just my 2 bits worth.
Yeah, and morass, thank you for the word. There is so much, you know, obviously it happened today, and I think there are lots of questions that are, even the county's going to have to ask itself, what are the implications of the, you know, they've qualified their statements to say, you know, we as a county, we're authorizing to go through stage 3 of the county of the state's plan, but be mindful, those of you that have any kinds of licenses that are held by the state, that their actions don't constitute approval, that they're still, by their licensing with the state, they still need to, you know, in all likelihood, their license states that they will abide by state. So, you know, it's a little bit, you know, go at your own risk.
I think it's very confusing for many businesses. I had a question. There was a statement that was made by one of the Board of Supervisors that the hospitals weren't filled, COVID. Isn't our hospitals, ICUs, pretty much full?
Well, I
mean, they're not empty, was the statement.
Well, they certainly are not at the capacities they usually are. And that's been because there's a non-medically, there's been certain designations that to ensure that there was capacity, there were surgeries that were delayed.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Because, in fact, I can tell you, you know, I wouldn't do justice to, but in my communications with Donna Hefner at Sierra View, there was a whole plan they had to establish, which was actually to take 150% capacity. So that would be conversion of conference rooms and different specialty units into enhanced ICUs. I know that the ICU as it exists, I think it has 10 beds or something to that effect, has been fairly full. There have been deaths that have happened there, and so there's been addition, you know, so the numbers oscillate back and forth. And I think there's been some recoveries, to be candid. I know of one specifically that's been reported. So, but I do know that that the hospitals had to have a plan to expand the ICU into other areas, and one that they are anticipating. So here's what I would say. Yes, the ICU is full, but that's, like I said, it's a very limited number of beds because of kind of care. It's 24-hour specialist care that's involved in the ICU. In your regular inventory, they've been kept low, so the resource, and And that's what's created the financial hardships that you hear talking about with hospitals, because there haven't, and doctors that are experiencing as well, because they haven't done the surgeries that they typically would have. You don't have the hospital stays. So there are significant financial hardships. In my conversation today with Dr. Hefner was talking about, processes that they've been following to avoid layoffs, because that was one of the, kind of questions where they are at, just in talking about what's the financial condition of Sierra View, and thus far they've avoided furloughs and those sorts of things due to programs that they created with their employees to continue to provide services and provide some leave to be able to continue to manage it. So, but there has been a forced suppression of the capacity. So let's say I think they have 167 rooms. That's the number that's in my head. Let's say it's 167 rooms. It's certainly not what their normal capacity is. So yes, but the ICU is full and it's going to be expanded.
Well, I'm gonna pray really hard that this doesn't happen, but I believe in my heart that there has now been given a false sense of security to individuals. I know that I have 2 family members who called and said, "Oh, we can go to the stores now and everything?" I says, "No, numbers haven't changed. It's still going up. You still have to follow the sheltering in and all the other things." So there's, I believe, can be a false sense of security. And given that, those numbers may increase. I pray they don't, but they may increase. And we were only weeks away, because I look at that website for the county and look at those numbers, and I believe we were starting to hit that curve already.
Councilmember Stowe, are you on there?
I am here.
Okay. I'd like to hear from you.
The vice mayor had his hand up for a long time, so
I can't see it. It's not on here.
I'll speak after him.
Okay. Vice Mayor,
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that, with restaurants and folks eating there, that's easy to notice and it's easy to even cite or just decide not to go in. But by the time a state board of licensing is notified of an issue, somebody's been gravely injured by something absolutely out of the ordinary before they'll even notice it. And so to take action after those things have happened seem a little bit irresponsible. And so where we have to realize that the state licensing boards are not going to come in and take corrective sweeping action over anything. All they're going to do is record what happened so that it doesn't happen again in the future. And I think that the consumer needs to understand that there's a difference between driving by and seeing a busy place with the people in the windows and not going in because you don't feel comfortable, or going into a salon where you don't think anybody's been there. But the problem with a place like a salon or some place like where there's a lot of personal contact is you don't know who's been there before or who's coming after you. So those are things people need to consider ahead of time. If it's going to be put on themselves, they need to know all those things because, like I said, the state board's not going to come in and fix everything. They're just going to document it so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Councilmember Stowe?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just want to say that I don't understand why the county allowed this to open up in our county with numbers consistently rising on a daily basis. And I would vote that we would not allow this in our community because I know people are hurting, I know businesses are hurting. But in the end, if they're not here to open up their business or something else, or Lord forbid, it's not just the people that frequent their businesses, but it's when they go outside, they're with other people and making contact with others. And I just think that, we've been very blessed and very fortunate in the, here in our area on the southeast county of Tulare County, and that we haven't had many cases like they have over by, say, in Tulare area. And that's because, we're kind of secluded. But if our citizens don't adhere to the mask wearing and washing of hands and things, and I just see so many walking around like it's a normal day. And, and I just know that once you get in the business, let them open up, oh, we're going to adhere to everything that, we're going to have gloves, we're going to wash, we're going to do this. And, yeah, that'll happen the first 2 days. And then everything's going to be, it's going to be normal. And that's when we're going to have a progression of this virus, in our area. And I just think that we shouldn't. And I just think the supervisors probably just, we're getting pressure from the businesses, and they says, you know what, let's just open it up. When the state comes in and closes them down, it says, wasn't us, it was the state. They're just getting it off their backs. But, being good steward of our community, we shouldn't let that happen. We've been adhering to the state protocol ever since this started, and we should remain, adhering to the state protocol. I know we can't do anything about it, but I think we ought to send letters to tell people, hey, that are in violation, you're in violation, just so we'll be covered. It says, hey, keep record of that if we're going to allow them to do it. But my recommendation that we don't allow them to do it. But, I'll go along with, if it's 4-1. As far as I'm concerned, it was 5-0. Whatever the council decides, I'll back you.
Councilmember Stowe.
If I may, I just want to say there's a technical issue that's been developed on YouTube. So our YouTube stream has interrupted. I just want, about a minute ago, Fernando?
About 9 minutes.
Oh, no, about 9 minutes, okay. So we are still recording this meeting.
Okay.
And we'll post this on YouTube, but the live stream of it apparently has been interrupted.
Okay.
So I wanted to publicly notice that.
Thank you very much. I have a question for my colleague, Councilmember Stowe. Are you on?
I am.
Okay, there you are. When you make mention to that, we adhere to state protocol and notices go out, notices would be going out to the business owners? Is that what, notices going out to? Notices going out to the business owners that they accept their individual responsibility?
Absolutely.
And that,
or not just they accept the responsibility, but they're in violation. We give them a violation notice. We maintain what we're doing with our code enforcement. I know we don't have enough, but there's going to be people that are going to enforce the code for us. They're not adhering to this, and if we go down and notice it, we give them a violation notice.
and it stays documented.
Yes, just to protect ourselves.
Thank you. I just needed a clarification. Vice Mayor Reyes, where are you?
I'm here now.
Okay. With regard to adherence to state protocol and issuing notices, where are you with that?
Well, I think that, I know that overall the actual, when it comes to legally stopping people to do things, we may be a little bit challenged, but I don't find that keeping records of what's happened is a negative. Like I mentioned with the boards, they're going to want to know what happened so that it prevents it from happening again. I think that even if we can't stop people documenting who's doing what, even for this simple fact of tracing, I think is a responsible thing to do. And I, in this case, we all work with electricity every single day, and we know how not to get electrocuted. I think we look at COVID the same way, at transmission points as being electrocution, and really look at it simply. I think that we're overlooking some easy ways to work with this, but as far as the actual mechanics of what we do, yeah, sure, we're limited, but we're not limited in documentation, so I would back any kind of documentation we would do.
Thank you. And I'm going to just put this out there to all the council members. And I'm sensing from each of the conversations that we have had that we continue doing what we've been doing and adhere to the state?
I'm not taking any action. The board already did that.
Exactly.
They already
okay.
did that for us. So there's no action that we need
No.
to take as a city council. The other is that I would agree that we can send out a letter to all our business owners and let them know that, what Mr. Stowe had said, that, this isn't on us, it's on the county. Direct them to the county website, have them look at all that. But to have violations given out, that means that we're gonna have our code enforcement, because everything's gonna open up. More than likely, people aren't gonna listen to see if they actually do they meet state, do they not? So our code enforcement are really gonna have their hands full. So I'd like to hear from the chief to see, how does that impact them?
Thank you.
And I also, you raise a great point. What I wanted City Attorney Jenner to address, which is, I know one of the things in my conversation with City Attorney Liu earlier today was some of your department's enforceability was provided by the county's orders. Which, if that is being removed, what is the enforceability what are you then issuing as a notice of violation? Because part of that responsibility came underneath the county's orders, which, I mean, we can argue whether or not it was a legal action or not, but in the end, the Board of Supervisors has said they've overridden the orders. So
And that
that
they will
becomes
not
a legal question. I know that the city, and so would it be okay if I asked
Oh, yeah.
City
They
Attorney
are.
General,
Of course.
that legal question, because then it comes to what it's practically, how it would be
Yeah.
practically
But I want
applied.
to add that the board also said they will not enforce, so.
Thank you. That's why we're trying to,
And I would point out that I do believe the governor delegated to the counties the responsibility. But
okay.
that said, when the Board of Supervisors adopts an order that contravenes the governor's order, is that order defensible? And the other thing I would point out is that item number 15 on your agenda asks the council to consider approval of the continuation of the proclamation of local emergency. And by approving the continuation of that proclamation, it is my opinion that proclamation continues to provide the city with immunity from liability, which I think is really the issue in this instance, in addition to all the other morass things that we've discussed.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And that kind of speaks to what the City Attorney Liu's concern was, is that there's a legal morass that needs to be undone. But maybe, Chief,
Please.
if you want to talk to what that looks like on the ground.
Okay, what it looks like in the field, we talk about logistics. It's been said that we've had a couple car wrecks. The fire at the library is one wreck. We step out into the pandemic. That's a second wreck. And the third one waiting for us is our fire season that's coming in weed abatement. So I'm having to divide my forces into 2 code enforcement officers, which are junior officers that are out doing weed abatement as we normally do, and the other 2 doing code enforcement activities when it comes to the state order and NOVs being issued, but no fines. So with the prospect of all the businesses opening up, you have a large quantity of workload there with 2 officers in the field. If you wanted to send the message out, I think it'd be more effective and farther reaching if it was done in some sort of electronic fashion or by mail, but to have the officers in the field going door to door to the businesses doing that is going to be problematic and almost overwhelming for them. And I'm sure they're going to have to take a longer time talking with the business owners, with the county doing what they've done outside of state orders. It's not going to be we've gone up to people in business. They've been very compliant and very understanding to this point. But I don't anticipate that being the situations that they're going to encounter when they're in the field, and that's a bird's eye view of what it looks like for those individuals in the field. They're very seasoned, very well-trained officers, and they're going to take the time to explain that to folks. And again, it's going to be very problematic. But you know, the code enforcement is an instrument of the council and the city manager, so we do as directed.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I
Yes,
may, please?
Please.
Yeah. When I mentioned that, you know, give them an order of violation, is not for our code enforcement to go around and looking for the, it's similar to what we do for our dog, you know, complaints. Then we go out to the home and complain, you know, and we just make sure, you know, if they get a complaint, then they call the homeowner or email whatever the chief would like for them to do, and let them know that they have been noticed that it was not in adhering to the code. And that's my only thing, just so we know and we're noted and we have it documented that we told.
So I think we're gonna make a suggestion in the, because there's a subtlety of law that I think, I'm concerned about issuing a notice of violation because I don't know under what authority we do that. Because the state conveyed it to the county, and the county conveyed it to the city, and now the county's removed the authority to do that. So I don't know what. So here, but that being said, you know, obviously, and I think that's what the chief was trying to offer here, is you know, these actions were taken, you know, they are in violation, potentially well, they could be in violation of the state's guidelines, you know, that, you know, like I said, there are some of those things that are difficult to ascertain. I still don't even understand why how there is takeout alcohol when it is an on-site license. I don't understand the legal basis for that. But apparently that's legal. But I guess what we could do is I guess I'm looking to City Attorney Jenner here. I don't know how we can issue a notice of violation legally.
Well, I don't know if we can do it legally, but my thought is if we can, now maybe we can't, I would think it's legally. If the state is a father and the county is a brother, as older sibling, and we're the younger sibling, and the older sibling goes out and robs the bank when the father tells him not to, does the younger sibling go do the same thing? I mean, we don't have to follow what the county says because they're in violation, and we're gonna do wrong because the county's doing wrong? You know, it just didn't make sense to me.
And all I can say is this is uncharted territory, and none of us really know or can predict how the courts are going to view this in the future. So all we can do is use our best judgment, and if the council believes that the county's order is in violation of the governor's order, which it appears to be, then in my opinion, the city may have the option to disregard the county's order or the county's delegation of their authority to relinquish because they're trying to pass the buck. So we don't have the answer. No one has the right answer, and there's nothing definitive. And in about 5 years after, maybe 10 years after all the litigation settles in the dust, then maybe we'll know something. But right now, I think, you know, you're the council and you use your best judgment to make a determination as to what you think you want for your community.
So
I know that wasn't really helpful, but I'm trying.
We could continue the proclamation since it's not specific to in reading it.
Well, I would say there are definitely factors that lead to local determination of, I mean, you have increasing local cases and you have impacts in your local hospital.
Go ahead.
I mean, they're just, those are just some basic findings, is there still evidence of a local emergency? The recommendation from staff would be that, yeah, to at least make that finding that there is still factors leading to that there's still a local emergency.
That's what
involved.
That's legal counsel.
that's what the resolution says, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But you're
Yeah,
considering,
and
you're
that's
right now
what
talking
that's-
about another action, which is what you have been enforcing a county's order. The county provided you the authority, the county has now withdrawn that authority.
So then we don't have to take any action on this particular item. I mean,
I think we continue the emergency, but we can also say that in 2 weeks when we meet again, enough time will have elapsed to figure out whether they made a good decision today or not. And then we'd have the discretion in 2 weeks to make a decision to tighten the reins on things locally, and we'd have evidence to prove it or no evidence to prove it. I think that we extend the emergency and look in 2 weeks to see what the result of today's decision has been.
You know, Vice Mayor, I could agree with that, but in 2 weeks, we could have 2,000 people infected. You know, it only takes one or two to get it started, and then what's gonna happen? So, I mean, we have to protect our community. I mean, I don't know what the supervisors are thinking, but, you know, that's our job. We do what's best for our community, like Nancy said. You know, not just financially, but what's best for them as far as their health is concerned. And I just don't think that, you know, we follow the county's lead on this. I'm just sorry. I think they're wrong, you know, and probably morally, I think they're wrong because, you know, they care more about money than they do lives, is what I'm taking out of this. So, and I just can't see that. I can't see supporting that. Sorry, but.
Well, no, I agree
that's
with you that this was done, and that's why there was a 3-2 vote, because those two votes wanted further discussion, because this just came up from nowhere. And it wasn't an item on the agenda. So none of us have had time to grasp what's going on, or the legal consequences of it as well.
There was definitely a violation of the Brown Act, because on the agenda, it only stated it was an update. And they were there for the public, for the update on COVID-19. And when it wasn't an action item, it was not an item for action. It should have been agendized as an action item, or consideration for an action for public input. And again, a decision was made there. And go ahead.
Just a thought with regard to the Board of Supervisors. The city may want to request a copy of their minutes to tie them to the agenda as a Public Records Act request.
Thank you. We could do that.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
Because
I like
I'm looking at the agenda right now, and it just states on here to receive an update from Health and Human Services Agency on COVID-19 status and response efforts in Tulare County. The rest was a consent calendar, but that is the only item that was listed on the agenda, and that's how it was worded.
And it does seem interesting that such a major move would be made by the most junior member, or one of the most junior members of the board at that point. So yeah, I would love to have a documentation of the minutes for the attachment of the names.
I think they attached it to the plan, from what I understand.
Well, okay, what we need to do is, go ahead.
Do we have to make a motion on this or anything?
No.
Or we just,
What is,
we just
Well-
continue doing what we're.
What is your you're going to approve continuation of the proclamation of local emergency, a motion is needed.
At a minimum, that would be staff's, we're in the middle of right now applying for funding. I mean, it's nominal funding that was, I would say, when I say nominal, in the broader scheme of what the costs are, it's $48,000. It does require a declaration of emergency. So I think there are local, so at a minimum would be to have the council, if they take any action, it would be to at least make the finding continuing emergency.
And that's what I was wondering, because that's what we did with the drought, so that we can continue to.
Yeah, well,
So I
and that's a
apologize
great
if I didn't
point.
make myself
There
clear.
is still a declaration of drought emergency in Tulare County.
Yeah.
There are still wells that have got, Mike Knight and his crews were out connecting folks last week.
Yeah.
There, as the council's aware. So even though the drought officially ended 2-3 years ago, I don't know how far there is actually still a drought declaration, emergency declaration. There's one on the county board of supervisors too. They're still with the drought emergency. So certainly at a minimum, the conditions continue to exist, that there's a local emergency.
I would motion that we continue the declaration. That's all it is, right, the declaration?
Yeah, that there are evidence,
Yeah.
because it's the council's resolution. So is there still evidence that there exists a local emergency for emergency declaration?
So I would continue the declaration with the evidence that, or with the support that the COVID-19 still continues to exist and increase in the area.
We have a motion.
That's correct or not?
We have a motion by Councilmember Barola.
I'll second that.
And we have a second by Councilmember Stowe. Is there any further discussion?
I would just say that somebody had mentioned in 2 weeks, let's look at this again and see how the fallout of it.
Okay.
And then I would like to add something there as well. I don't know if it's something we could consider, but tomorrow there may be businesses that will open. And going back to Councilwoman Scarola's comment, people are going to question what's going on, what isn't. If there was a way for the city or through social media to share what's going, like, make sure that there's no confusion, and I think that would benefit. That would help us to make sure that people. Just warn them again, just be, if you're gonna go to a business that's not essential, that's gonna be open tomorrow and continue to be open because of the county's decision, just be fair warning, stay safe and wish you the best, but just know that, this is still going against the state order, just because I wouldn't want to place someone at risk at all, and at least do our due diligence, to serve the community and the public health of the community. I don't know if that's something that could be done, tomorrow or the next 2 days, but I definitely think it should be something we should consider.
So can we vote on the declaration first, Mayor?
Okay. All right.
No, I mean, I'm just taking them separate.
Well, I think John was gonna say something.
I think he was too.
I'll wait. The council wishes to take its action, so I was just going to say, was Mayor, given that thought and a suggestion, we can certainly do something on a social media to because there is going to be confusion. Not sure. I mean, heck, we've sat here and talked about this for 45 minutes and not real sure what happened. So, but I think the best saying that there was an action of the Board of Supervisors, that that there are certain things that folks should using the county's own I would say link it, as I said, linking to the county's website and to their press release, and saying, just to make the community aware of the action.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I thought that was a good idea, Councilman Penaloza. I mean, at least let them know that we don't think it's a good idea. You're on your own.
And code enforcement will continue. We have it's on our app. Folks can make complaints. It's a legal question that that Julie and I were struggling with when this happened, which is under what authority? Because the authority of the city was under the authority of the county, which the county's removed the authority. So under what authority? And we can say the state, but remember that the state delegated to the county, delegated to the city, and then when the delegator doesn't delegate anymore, the state didn't delegate to the city.
No, they
Delegated to the county. So one of the delegates is out. So it's a legal question. And so to issue a notice of violation, I think is problematic. But that being said, we can certainly, provide, our code enforcement records are, we report on those quarterly, so we will continue to track that.
Well, John, I don't think the state is delegated to Tulare County to open up. They have others, but not to Tulare County, so.
Okay.
And there lies the conflict. Was the County of Tullare's declaration legal? Very questionable without a court intervening and declaring one way or the other. It's very tenuous, and we don't know the answer. But in order for the governor's order to not remain valid, a court would have to strike it down as overbreadth and unnecessary. And that has not happened. So as far as, in my legal mind anyway, the governor's order remains in effect and the county violates it by trying to overstep and say that their order is going to ignore the governor's order, which in my mind violates their oath of office to uphold the laws of the state of California. But we'll see how this plays out at court, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some significant litigation come out of this. But that said, what about issuing just a warning as opposed to a notice of violation? Would that ease some of the concerns about an actual violation, and would it achieve the same purpose?
Like I said, whatever the council wants to do, I'll be behind them. It'll be like a 5-0 vote, but I may vote against it. But once it passes, I'm back.
Can we just come back to the original motion? And we already have a motion and we have a second. And let's call for vote on that.
Councilmember Garola?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reyes?
Yes.
Mayor Flores?
Aye, and it passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you. That was good discussion. Thank you so much. We want. Now. What?
Yeah.
Do we need a motion on that, Mr. Lawless?
Can I just take that as direction from the council, if
Oh,
that's okay?
direction.
I mean, it is something that, I know Mr. Ridenhour, we're gonna need to provide some clarification to the
Thank you.
community, both on the business side as well as on the consumer side, as was being discussed. So,
Thank you.
we'll work with our PROs to try to do something tomorrow to try to bring some clarity to say, this is what happened, and we'll, stay tuned.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move on to oral communications, if there's anyone that would like to come forth. See that there is none. We will now move on to other matters. Councilmember Garola?
Well, it's sort of nice to be here, so we can't shake hands or anything else. But I just wanted to say that as a community, we've gone through so much over the last months. We held together with the loss of the library and our 2 fallen heroes. In my heart, I know we can come through this as well. As city staff continues to provide police and fire protection, water, sewage, sanitation, and all other essential services at the front line, I want to thank them. Let's pray that we can decrease the cases in our county by sheltering in, wearing our masks, because we don't want to lose any more lives. We've lost too many already, not just here in California, but throughout the United States. And when we come out of this, there's many lessons to be learned. And we won't be normal again. It'll be a different and hopefully more respectful of the environment we live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Stowe.
Oh, well, I want to thank the council for, I think, good work tonight, and Ms. Jenner for being there and assisting us taking Julia's place, and she added some good advice, and I appreciate the staff, how hard they work on everything that they do. But, you know, this is a tough situation. I mean, trying to corral people to do the right thing, but I just want to encourage the community, you know, to do the right thing. Wear your mask, you know, stay at home. Do not gather in large gatherings, even if you're at your, you know, your private homes. You know, adhere to what's going on. We need to stop this, and that's the only way we're going to stop it until we find a vaccination for it. But we need to slow it down. Our county is just taking off. It's becoming rampant, you know, in our county, and because consistently each day we have an increase, and it's, you know, it just doesn't make sense. But we're going to have more increases the more testing they do. But let's try to, you know, bring it to the halt if we can. And I haven't been any place because of COVID, so I can't, you know, say I went here and had this fun or whatever. But I will have fun tomorrow. I'll have surgery, so we'll see what happens.
We'll be
All right,
praying for you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Yeah, just want to share some of the same sentiments that, some of you have had today, and just, wishing the community the best as they, go along their essential business throughout the day, and to be safe, to wear their mask, and to do their best to take care of one another, to look out for each other, and this is the time where we need to do that. And I know we won't meet until after Memorial Day, so happy Memorial Day to this upcoming weekend for folks. Stay safe again. You know, I know it's a weekend that traditionally folks like, have family gatherings, barbecues, and other things. So please just be considerate, and know that, I know that our council has, together collectively, we've done our best to make sure that we can assess what's going on, and I appreciate the countless hours that council members have been given to be able to know and gather information to move forward as a city, and the staff too as well, and their public safety and everybody. So, with that, I would just once again say, I offer my condolences for all the families that have lost someone through this virus, as well as those that are recovering. I hope, wishing them a speedy recovery through this difficult virus that really creates an environment where families cannot be with each other. And it's so sad. It's really sad and devastating to know that for folks that have passed away from this, they've had to pass without their loved ones next to them. And it's a very sad thing. So, and for those that are recovering too, they can't see others. So, wishing them the best in this time. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, just like Councilmember Stowe, haven't been very many places because of COVID, but attending meetings remotely, and just kind of wanted to just personally issue a caution against some of the public comment that I had heard indicating solutions or remedies, things based on a veiled commercial and public comment. For me, is not a positive thing. And I understand that people can say what they want, but I just want people to be responsible with what they're commenting on. Indicating things can make things better is, this isn't the opportunity to profiteer off of a pandemic. One thing I will issue, not a commercial, but just a positive thing. My wife texted me that Smart and Final here locally is requiring 100% masks. And the capitalism that they're injecting into that equation is that you can buy one for $1.99 if you don't have one. But they're insisting that everybody has one. And I think that, in that case, that's the responsible way of thinking. and that they can do that. And I want the public to understand that there's a lot of people out there trying, they know that that resources are slim, that money is thin, and they're trying to separate people from the very few dollars that they have right now. I want you to consider that in the choices that you make and the enticing choices that are put before you by some of the businesses who had previously been closed. And if we all do that, I think we'll come out a little bit better. You don't just think for today, think for 2 weeks from now. And don't think for yourself, but think for your family. And I think that's probably the best that we can do right now.
Thank you. It was exactly 3 months ago yesterday that we were coming to a city council meeting, and we experienced a horrific and a tragic fire. We moved as we grieved with the families and with the departments. And Porterville came together. We were all there. And as we were moving toward the resiliency of our community, within a few weeks, all of a sudden, we're dealing with COVID. The last public event that I attended was on March 11th, which was the Public Safety Recognition Dinner. And thereafter, we received the executive order. And that was something that we had to deal with. That is something that happened, and my condolences go out to the families who have lost a family member to COVID. It does exist. There are people that are in quarantine. There are people that have died. And that is another part of the community that we are dealing with. It's realistic when our public safety goes up and picks up a patient. It's realistic that they have to come and they have to disinfect and they have to go through the process because they've taken the patient. Our constant communication with the hospital, with the physicians that have indicated the overall safety of this community. Well, there is the business aspect and the component who are struggling. Within the departments of the city, there are so many focuses. To keep the operation of the city with the constraints and the impact of COVID has been very difficult, but not just for the city. It's the other agencies as well, like the school districts and the other jurisdictions as the hospital. We will get through this. We don't have all the answers. But as we move through the parts that come to us, I do believe that we will get through this. Not just as rapid as we'd like to. It pleases me, and it made me smile to see our military banners go up. What an honor as we work toward the resiliency of our community towards something positive. That in itself tells me we're moving forward. I had the opportunity to attend the Seal of Biliteracy ceremony for all the high schools. I'd been invited to speak, and that was my first virtual ceremony experience. To watch all the students receive this recognition virtually and to be commended tells me that we have a moving forward of these young students to go on. Mr. Lawless, there have been so many meetings that you have attended along with your staff, and we've been involved with countless hours. Every day something changes. We've been on the phone and we're having a discussion on a decision that we probably need to bring forth. And while we've been on the phone, something else changes because of something else that comes up on the news through the governor's office. And then you have to have those moving parts within your departments. I'm here tonight because you're all important, whether we're on here remotely, virtually. It's a good feeling to have had colleagues on the dais tonight. We got a lot accomplished. And even if you joined us virtually, it says a lot. And I want to thank you. Mr. Lawless, I'll turn it over to you.
And actually, I don't have much to add other than, obviously, you know, I mentioned this last time, you know, there are, I mean, beyond just, the things that make this community remarkable are being missed. The fair was supposed to have been this last weekend, and it was noticeable. I mean, it was, you know that there are, boy, it happens around my anniversary, and it's always a conversation of how, you know, I go out and I do work in the you know, I talk water, right? I go and, you know, I've done that the last, I mean, so there's just certain things that it makes you pause every time one of these things comes. Graduations, was talking with some of our employees whose kids are graduating, and what does that look like? I mean, there's monumental times. Memorial Day, with the banner ceremony. I mean, Friday should be our banner ceremony. We have a record number, 214 that are being dedicated this year. How do you do justice to, you know, when we've had the opportunity to honor those folks and unable to bring some of the things, and this is what I wanted to say, is that we would like to do a video so that we have a way, and we'd like to release that on Memorial Day on our YouTube channel, so that, and showing each of those banners, and we've invited each of you members of council to participate in that, which Donnie and Amy have been working on. They've got the script done, they're working on the video production now of the banners, and would like to work with you to have you participate as you would when the event is, instead of reading names, to be able to show those banners, and, you know, having a backdrop of patriotic music, the different armed services themes and those sorts of things. So there's 214 of them, and it's a record number, and you know, so there's just these things that happen. And, you know, whether it was Cinco de Mayo parade, the fair, I mean, we're in now Freedom Fest is around the corner, which won't be happening. So, you know, just gives you pause to see, you know, there's community voids that are happening as well, and the things that make our community unique. What I failed to say earlier, it looks like Turning Point is turning the corner, pardon the pun, and they're looking to be very close to opening the Navigation Center. In fact, they have an informational meeting that they're looking to schedule, so that is something to look forward to in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. Fernando, would you like to say anything?
I just want to wish everyone a great and safe night and hope that everybody does their best to adhere to some of the guidelines and hope that people stay home.
Ms. Byers, would you like to say anything? Caught you off guard on that one. How about Mr. Sanchez? Would you like to say anything?
He has lots to say.
Chief?
Well, I just wanted to say that I'm appreciative for Mr. Lawless and his leadership with his staff and directors and other directors that have been working with me. And it's been a long road for everyone. And I'm just thankful.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that being said, it is 9:57. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.